Hello and welcome to this week's episode belatedly because a lot of things have happened. People have been sick, people have been then unsick, and some other things have happened. So,
Ooh.
yeah,
I flew up.
Yoo-hoo!
everyone. We're
Yeah.
all sick
I'm
in
sick right
one
now.
way or another.
You will probably
sick
see
in
me
the head.
blow my nose several times during this session.
Probably. So, to this week's episode of Rough Rolling, where pain is the name of the game. Hopefully, will be an interesting one. Probably no more Geneva-style war crimes, but
Hopefully.
Hopefully more.
Let's try to keep that to a minimum.
you guys seem like the kind of guys who are like, no, it's just one more drink, bro.
Just one more war crime.
I mean, to be fair, Gray, you're the one handing us the bottles.
I put you in situations, and you
True.
somehow choose the worst possible way to handle
I don't-
them. That is
This
not
is-
my
You're
problem.
victim blaming now. You're victim blaming now.
Yeah, everyone calls me the leader until there's a time to make a stupid decision, and that's when everyone else just jumps ahead without talking. So it's not my
Yeah.
problem.
Victim
Yeah,
blaming.
Gray
coming
puts-
from
that's
Gilgamesh.
fair.
That is fucking rich.
Yes.
Yeah, the
Gray
truest
puts a
victim of us
bottle of
all.
water, a bottle of milk, and a bottle of alcohol in front of us, and we always go for the alcohol.
Rugamesh has suffered more than any other party member.
By your own hand.
Yes.
I was waiting for someone to refute that, but if we're fine saying that, then that's fine too.
No, if we put by your own hand at the end, then that is a factually well.
Gilgamesh is the toddler who keeps putting his hand flat on the stove burner and then freaking out as to why his hand hurts, and then he does it again.
I was thinking more like the fork and the electrical outlet.
That works too.
Makes me think of that Bill Burr bit where you're like trying to explain to your kid, yeah, don't reach up there. You're like, mommy, don't reach up, don't. It's hot. Sometimes you gotta be dad, and go, yeah, reach up there, you little bastard. See how that works for you.
You do the Bill Burr pretty well. Have you seen F is for Family?
Yeah. I haven't watched like the last couple of seasons, but yeah, I got through a lot of it, and it was real good.
I don't know if I've seen the last few either. I think I was waiting for the last one to come out, and then I just never watched it.
One of those shows that's on my list that I'm like, yeah, I'll get to that. I don't know if I actually ever will. So
I have way too many like that on my list.
It's like a more crass version of the Wonder Years.
yeah. So a better one. So, Birch, why don't you go ahead and give us a recap as to last week's war crimes?
Yeah. Well, we did start off with the, WrestleMania 2. Sven, the current title holder, against Vic, the up and coming champion.
Oh yeah.
But unfortunately, the match was called off due to cooler heads prevailing and realizing that maybe things were not going all right for Sven. Also, there was a tiger that interfered during the match. So, had that DQ happen, it's okay.
Now, is that ruling similar to like bringing a chair into a match, or?
It
Oh,
is.
I would say it was probably legal, given that Vic's punches did a quarter of Sven's health, and after two
Fair.
punches, Sasha came in.
Yeah. And while she's a a class feature, she is her own being. So it was having a third party interfere is not allowed. So
Who was the wrestler who died after falling from being dangled from the ceiling?
oh gosh, there was
Wish I knew.
I'm just
Dangled
like
from the ceiling.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
it was
not
like
sure.
one of those show things where he was supposed to be just like rising down or falling down from the ceiling, but like on ropes and stuff. But they failed like halfway through, and he just fell to his death.
God.
Pretty rough.
Yeah.
I think the match was probably called off.
hmm No doubt. It does tend to make it a bit one-sided. But yeah,
We're awful.
so I try. So after that, Vic's mentor, who Melia, who was with us, was just kind of like, what the fuck even happened here? There was some brief pursuit of the some of the people who managed to get away, crawling over the bodies of their dead comrades in a horrific fashion, getting shot by Daxius as they ran into a crowd, hoping to escape to safety, but didn't quite get there.
Kind of their fault.
Yep. I don't remember exactly what Melia said, but she did take it pretty well, all things considered. So afterwards, we had some brief investigation into sort of their where they were bringing the drugs from. There was a privy behind that went over to the city wall, and that looked to be how they were transporting them. But we went back to the den, I believe. I'm pretty sure I made a D there. Got cleaned up. We had lunch. We had a talk. We did some research. We went back to Banner Home, which is where on the way in, Garugamesh was ambushed by his younger brother, who got him into a carriage and asked him some rough questions. I think it was mostly about like how he was seen by the family and whatnot, and kind of guilt tripping him there. But
Yeah, he was
Also-
definitely guilt tripping him.
yeah, being like your actions reflect on the family and such sort of thing, which couldn't have had anything to do with what just happened unless he's really well informed. And then I think after those words were exchanged, Giru and Vic got asked by Cyrus just some brief questions as to what happened with the situation that we had all just participated in. Told us that it might be good if things were to continue like this, that we have our experience passed over, and then asked why we were even together, and effectively what kind of horrible shit you doing, bro? What's next? So I don't think that was completely addressed. We sort of were like, we'll get back to you. Because admittedly, Sven's issue did turn out to be more pressing. There had been some efforts to deal with it before. So we went to the Wizard's Tower in town to visit Aurelia of the Mediana.
Mariana.
Mediana. Okay, there we go. Who was a wizard, also a genie, involved in the binding of Sven's patron, who we needed to know the name of them, and also found out that they are Protean, which is a outsider aligned with Primal Chaos. And let's see, we said that we had to deal with Sven's issue, and then effectively coming back to those questions that Cyrus posed to the group, I think were our two main things that were on our plate this evening. And that's what I got.
All right. So, I mean, that pretty much covered everything. So, where we last left off, you guys had been allowed to leave from the Marianan Keep and make your way back down on your own. Take it away. You are now exiting the tower out into the courtyard. Not much time has passed. It's still pretty cool out, and there's a few people walking through the courtyard, going from building to building, but nobody's really paying you much attention.
Christ, I could use a drink. What do we do now?
Speaking my language.
What is next, as they say?
Well,
If we.
we wanted we could start by finding volunteers. I know we should have a few of us able to participate in the ritual. But we might need at least a couple more.
What does the ritual even entail? Just speaking its name and... I don't know.
I mean,
Fernix has the notes.
all he mentioned was that I believe it was 5 individuals of strong will and spellcasting ability to help facilitate the ritual. Did not go as far as elaborating on what the actual actions would be.
I think we have 3 people of spellcasting ability.
5.
Oh, we need
Said
5.
up to 5. 3 is the minimum. You can do up to 5.
Who's the 5th?
Natari.
That's alright.
Natari cannot cast magic.
Well, I
No,
don't
shit,
think.
the wizard that's with you.
Yes. Fuck. There's Atlas.
Well, I'm not sure that Sven will be able to participate if he's the subject of the ritual. A bit.
Not to be putting too much worry on everyone's shoulders, but if he were to be taken control of somehow, then we would effectively be giving the keys to this creature to allow itself loose. So
Ben looks a bit nervous.
If it's in Sven's body, I don't think we should have any problem with dealing with it.
it's not exactly. But there should be someone capable of making the contact. If not, I can make the preparations myself in the morning.
I believe Morelli would be the one heading that sort of operation.
Oh, yes.
So,
Well, then I suppose we should just need the one.
well, we've got you, myself, Dexius perhaps, Meliot, and I don't doubt. But we should keep in mind that the other qualifier was was individuals with a strong will. And while I don't doubt that there are plenty who would be willing, I think there are some more suited to the task than others.
I agree.
We could perhaps use magic to strengthen our wills.
I don't doubt it, but magic cannot fully override someone's weakness. At least, not in the sense that I'm thinking.
Or compensates, if anything.
That same magic would be better served to supplement those who already have a natural ability rather than being used to.
Do you know if perhaps Melia might be up for it?
I imagine she would. I can ask, but I don't think she would say no.
Excellent. Well, I suppose it's a matter of gathering the proper resources and making the connection. which I'm more than willing to do right now.
I just kind of look to Sven. Maybe we should, give Sven some time before this all goes down.
I think you can keep a cap on it for long enough to prevent this sort of situation from happening again.
I believe so. Maybe it comes in waves. It comes and then abates when it's sated. I think it's sated for now.
It hasn't been a problem until now.
Perhaps it was the violence that saw it come to the surface.
If I'm honest, I think it was the boat ride. I wasn't. In the past, I've slinked off. I've departed from the party to Satan's. Just hunting in general in the forests, but
Oh, I know.
I wasn't able to do that on the boat ride over. I think that's what led to such an explosive result.
I think you can keep things under control for a while. Then we certainly have a plethora of other things we need to investigate.
Speaking of which, what do we have to do with the, Are there any other leads to follow up with concerning the shiver?
Oh, the giant hole in the wall.
There's
not sure
also
that's-
called tentatively.
Hole in the wall? Remind me?
Back in the den.
Yeah.
They were
Oh, that's right.
the cult members were the ones delivering the shiver through the wall, a hidden passage that Phoenix found.
Can't
Filled
quite
with
see the spirit,
spider webs, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Of course.
There's that direction.
Of course, it'd be
But,
the underbelly of this city where all the fucking Uluyugs are.
Unless we think we can find some way to get something out of Greeley. Perhaps seeing if he's competent enough sort of explain himself and why he'd spent all that time dreamwalking. But I
That's
wouldn't
something I defer
necessarily
to
hope for
you
that.
on.
I don't think we're going to get much out of him.
I don't think
Mm.
so either, but it couldn't hurt. You're the interrogator here. You're better at it.
I don't think it would help. You can't exactly be intimidated if you don't have a concept of what's going on around you. But there is that.
Well, I'm more used to putting together someone's failing body than their failing mind, but I believe there are some magical remedies that might possibly address the issue.
Well, honestly, I'm not hoping for much out of it, so perhaps we just leave that alone for now. There's also, I wanted to have a conversation with the Post that published the articles from this
Oh,
morning.
yes.
I think it is rather nearby, if I remember correctly.
Could head there now then, since we're in the area.
Yes, I'm curious where they get their information and why they would publish some other articles. So, I can investigate
I
that as
see.
well.
I've been, well, blinded to the other articles that were in the paper too, so I can't say I even so much as glanced at their headlines.
Yes, they seem to be, working against the better judgment of the city. So, conversation to see if we could figure out why might be prudent.
Well, there's actually something I just remembered that's actually more nearby. Now that I'm looking at the map of the city again. I just have a map in my hands as we're walking down. I imagine at this point we've started our trek down the hill.
I would hope.
Yeah.
We're still standing in the elevator.
Yeah.
So there's this guy like waiting for us to walk out, and he just keeps on like looking away.
Yeah. Are you going to
Looking back.
leave? Fuck off. Remember when I brought up a while? It didn't seem important at the time. It was just something I brought up because it was interesting. That whole spare note that I got from, well, me and Gilgamesh's heist not too long ago.
Mm-hmm.
Gilgamesh and I.
Oh, I'm so sorry. The semantic police are here.
They are where?
God. I should roll my eyes really heavily. There was mention of the Tor Walkers. The Tor Watchers. How the
Torvokter.
fuck you pronounce Torvokter? Thank you.
Nice.
Whatever. I don't fucking. Whatever. Just their estate is nearby at the base of the hill, and I recalled during some research that I was doing alongside with Vic. I found out that where we're going, we're looking for the Ark. I told Phoenix about this. I've yet to tell the group actually. The star chart we saw in the old temple leads to the Weatherstrom Mountains, which is the same place where the note I found talks about where the Torwalkers were taken. It could be prudent, whatever. It could be important that we should. I think we could talk to them. We're in the area. Couldn't hurt.
Do you remember what their actual involvement was?
If I recall correctly, it was. The local noble was absent, and they said in the note that they were possibly taken to the forest. People claim that they doubt he exists, but apparently, based on the note, but I don't know. It could be worth a quick drop off. I could stop by, and you guys could deal with, well, the press. It's not really my thing.
I suppose we can do our best.
I'm not expecting much, but considering that we're heading that way anyways, and this unknown informant seems to have made note of them, I would like to at least follow up on it while we're nearby.
Okay. But out of character, I was slightly confused because I didn't actually understand what you were trying to say.
Right.
So
I was
there is a-
looking
there's
up
a
my
lo-
notes, and they're kind of scattered.
The noble,
There's a noble, yeah.
he's the person who owns the land. I guess when it comes to feudal society,
That's
do
right.
they
Yes.
technically own the land, or are they just administering the land? Either way, they're the noble that is responsible for the area in which this area has been entrusted.
Including a town that I believe is nearby, but I haven't been able to dig much up on that.
Yes, The note says that he specifically was in Loonbrook at the Pushed Daisies.
No, once again, the Push Daisies is in the town. So the way I wrote that was in kind of shorthand because it's supposed to be a note.
Right.
And no, the Push Daisies public house is in the town, not Lunarbrook.
Yeah, we always get confused on that.
Okay,
Every single time, I know.
Yeah.
we may want to like amend the notes slightly.
Yeah, I'll have to go
Maybe
back
just-
through some of mine. But yeah, considering he owns the land, I think it could be worthwhile. But honestly,
Anyway.
he's probably based on the note. He's probably not even at his estate. But if anything, I mean, I could break in. if he's not there anyways. I'm not robbing the person. I'm just looking for information.
I mean, if you think that's a good idea, then go for it, but you are effectively across the street from a Lunar Guard precinct.
Oh, I'm aware. It's not like I haven't done riskier maneuvers before.
I updated the
What was
letter,
it?
by the way.
What was it that made you leave Lunarbrook to begin with?
Oh,
You don't have to answer. But let's just remember to be careful and not overconfident in our own abilities. Breaking into a noble's house in the middle of Crown Heights, based on nothing but a hunch, is a bad idea, and we should be, at the very least, be careful.
to
We're
be
not
clear,
just-
this
we're
is
not
a
just-
this is a lesser noble, but I see your point.
When the guards get paid off, they don't think they care what the difference is.
We not just talk our way into the house.
If someone's
think-
there,
We can try that. If there's no one there, then by all means, but
well, I only meant if there was no one there. I should have been more clear.
so
Regardless, we're about halfway down the mountain. God, this is a fucking long walk, isn't it? Christ. I think you're right, Phoenix. They really need to install, like, some sort of, like, fountains or something, like, clean water or something. Something
We
to
have
Perhaps a taxi.
we have ski lifts in the skyholds to get us around.
He means gondolas.
what the fuck is a
Let's
ski?
see.
Ski lift.
Yeah, the
That sounds
famous
quite-
dwarven tradition.
Well, yeah.
I
Skiing?
believe it.
You guys don't have skiing where you're from? I guess you're
No,
not up
what
in
the
the
fuck
mountains.
What? Oh,
Yeah. I bet you guys don't even know about Twitter.
Actually, it's Zitter now. Put the X in front.
right, because it's a zit on all our minds. Oh, sorry, got a little bit of nosebleed there. But yes,
Suppose,
Does anyone else smell toast?
all the time.
Only burnt toast.
So, the tour walker and then the post office, whatever the fuck it's called.
Mhm.
Lunar Gazette.
Right, that
Go to the
fucking place.
fucking mail. Fucking go to the post office.
yeah.
Complain about the newspaper to the fucking mailman. Like, we just deliver it, man. We don't write it.
When they're just like beating the shit out of a post guy.
My dad beat up the mailman once.
Newman.
Well, I suppose since we're in the area, we could stop by the 12 October Estate. Or at least see if anyone's home.
All right.
Okay.
We head over there then.
All right.
Because someone has to say we're heading places.
Yeah. I don't want to assume people are doing things or tell you guys what you're doing.
Fair.
Mhm.
But dead air and all that.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're,
Wait, Air's dead? Oh my god.
Airbud? He finally died?
he died a long time ago.
Don't
He's been dead.
mind.
He's been dead for like 2 decades.
What?
But
Why? Cruel
Shiver,
world?
man.
anyway, I think you may be in the right to push us along when, just because we all say that we're not stepping out of the elevator, or just because we don't say that we're stepping out of the elevator. I think it can be assumed that we're not just standing there like a bunch of T-posing jackasses just staring at the wall.
I don't know, man. Sometimes you guys, I don't know.
He makes a fair point. Yeah. Sometimes us guys.
No, I think
That's
Air
where we're
still. I think they still tour, but I don't think they've released an album in like 20 years.
Who?
Air.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, there's a band named Air. They're a French band that had some hits in the 90s.
Well, they're dead now. Anyways, we head to the Tor Vaker.
Or Watcher, yeah. So, you guys finally reach the bottom of the winding road that goes up one of the 3 hills of Lunarbrook. And going back eastwards towards the Torvatra estate, across the street from the Hoek Physic Garden. What you guys find is a relatively modest home. It's 3 stories tall, not including a possible attic under like the dormer and the roof. There is a smallish carriage house off to the one side, and the building is built in a much older style. Stone with, I guess, material in between. I don't know why it's slipping in my mind at the moment. Mortar. Mortared stone. However, despite that, the rest of the house is pretty well maintained. The slate roof seems new. And despite the windows being like the small lead paneled ones, they seem to be clean and well maintained. There is a small gate that runs across the opening, but it is not locked. Like, it seems to be open slightly, and you can kind of see tracks in the driveway, I guess, where most likely staff will come and go. As you head up to the main house, you are able to see beside it a coat of arms that has been kind of affixed to the stone. I will share that with you.
As you're doing that, I'm just going to disguise myself as a very, like, presentory kind of servant fellow. But, like, more fancy than normal.
Okay. And just to make sure that it is also in the server. Let's scroll down here and fucking find it. There it is.
I see the coat of arms.
Put it in the records.
I've got some comments on that, but we'll get there in a minute.
It's a singular door that goes in. You have to go up like a couple of stone steps with railings up to the door. Nobody stops you. The house doesn't seem to be overly busy, and honestly, the street seems to be pretty quiet as well, with the view across the way being of the Physic Garden, which, if you're not familiar with what that is a garden where like medicinal and other valuable herbs are grown. Medicinal can also mean poisonous. So, yeah. Most likely harvested by the hospital next door. Alright, up to you.
So we can walk up and knock on the door.
Yeah.
You knock, and then kind of stand for a little bit, listening to like the birds chirping. The above you, even if you're standing like almost flush against the building, you can kind of see the tip of the tower above the slate roof. Excuse me. You don't have to wait very long before you hear the heavy set of footsteps approaching, and then the door opens and a man appears. Tall, I would say around like 6 to 6'2", wide-shouldered, very like dark, almost oily black hair, which he has like short cut and like kind of cropped back a bit. Has a mustache and beard that like runs down, but it's very neat, like very neatly cut against his face. The clothes that he wears are nice, but those of you who have been in these kinds of environments can recognize they are most likely ones of a serving staff, most likely the head of the household or head butler. He leans on the door, kind of looks around, gives a smile, and says, "How may I help you?"
Why good evening. Is the master available? I put on a... I just flip a switch. Yeah, I just flip a switch, and... Yeah.
And who exactly would I be telling them is calling.
I look to the others.
I knew he.
Crashers. Wait, hold on.
I knew he, nobody had a plan coming here. Just like, yeah,
Gilgamesh
let's go.
and
Then
the
we got to the door,
Gilgameshers.
and we're out of options.
Hey,
Mm.
Mr. Foppenhaus and compatriots.
So, let them know that a friend of the Hatsbolts are here.
Ah. Well, I can at least invite you in. I know the master has been in and out for quite a while. Please. And he steps back, opening the door to let you in. The interior of the home is... It's definitely nice, but it is much older style. Most likely well-preserved, almost like having a historical home in a way. There are still, like, magically lit lanterns that are ensconced into the walls. Everything seems to be very well kept, and you are guided inside into a hallway up which a staircase leads up to the second floor, but off to the right is a drawing room with seats and bookcases and things like that. The butler just kind of gestures his hand over that way as he backs up to let you guys in.
May I make a quick request, very quickly, that people make a perception check for something I have?
Everyone in the party, or
Party, yeah. It's like, it's really quick.
There you go.
Okay. Anyone who rolls above 15, which is, it looks like everyone.
I don't think anyone
yeah.
could roll below a 15, except for
Yeah.
maybe Gilgamesh or Sven.
The shadow that normally like kind of shifts and changes suddenly takes a rigid form of like a rabbit, and it's like shaking. That's it.
Peter Pan.
like shuddering or like shaking its head?
Like it's like shuddering.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah.
I assume we're relatively isolated in this drawing room.
Yes. After you guys are allowed in, the head butler closes the door. It is kind of dark in here, just naturally. The walls are painted, and they're kind of a more conservatively, like, darker color to them. And while things are lit, it just has the proportions of a home that is not made to be very airy. He kind of gestures for you guys to make yourselves at home and says, I will go and see if he's available. Please.
Thank you kindly.
Make yourselves at home. I'll be back in just a few minutes.
A bow, respectfully.
He turns and goes up the hallway towards the rear of the home. You can hear his footsteps heavily falling on the wooden floors before they kind of peter off in the distance, leaving you alone.
So, what exactly were you looking for here?
Hoping to get an account of what they might have seen, considering that we might be going over that direction, you know, considering our end goal. Well, not our end goal, but, you know, Phoenix's people and all that. The maps led that direction.
I would like to say that when the question inevitably comes up, that is, how did we acquire this information? I am slightly concerned about what might need to happen. If I remember correctly, this was well, not exactly stumbled upon.
Yes. Well,
Perhaps some of the dealings are more public than others. But, might be worth playing things close to the chest. If possible.
Right. We're still
Alright.
not sure exactly what the connection is, so it would be good not to make assumptions. I agree.
You are right. To be honest, I kind of forgot about this until last minute, until I remembered they're nearby. So
Well, we've had a lot on our plates lately.
yes, we have. Well, I think. Well, the Hatsbolts isn't a fake name. It's actually a real noble family. I can just claim to have heard it from the grapevine and go from there.
No. You
And
guys
we
are gonna
can
have like
say-
5 to 10 minutes alone, so let me know what you guys do.
Can say that you're
Crime? Can we do crime? Is that an option?
Small fire.
always an option.
Yeah, it's usually an option.
Can say that you're what's the word I'm looking for? Simplest words slip my mind for no fucking reason.
You could say that the rest of us are hired mercenaries to keep you safe during your travels,
Yes.
which isn't
Yeah.
entirely a lie, I suppose.
It's close enough to the truth and believable.
The best lie is a half-truth.
Though I'm not sure if he looks regal enough for the part of hiring us.
Well,
Expect
said
us to
I
be
was-
quite expensive.
I said I was a friend of the Hatsbolts, not one of the Hatsbolts.
You're starting yourself off of a servant, then. I don't
Yeah.
know that royalty is necessarily what they were expecting.
I'm just simply here on business on behalf of the Hatsbolts, following up with some information that they've had in the grapevine. I happened to be in Lunabrook at the time, and I got a letter asking for my master, asking for a follow-up.
Innsbruck, but yes. We're in Lunabrook. Or are you referring to when you're out of character? I may have just misunderstood. Were you referring to when you got the letter, or when you were where you are now?
I was a fake letter, fake person. I was just a fake person that happened to be in Lunabrook at the time, and I got a letter, and yeah. It's a
Yeah,
fake story.
I don't know what I was thinking. Never mind.
It's alright.
We got the letter in Innsbruck, but we're not pretending like we actually have the letter. This political intrigue is too much for my simple mind.
Sometimes it's too much for mine.
Anyway. Well, I'll let you take the lead on this one. I don't think I'll have much to say.
I would, Oh. Alright. Okay, I guess I'm taking the lead. Alright. I wish I had some alcohol right now.
Sven pulls out the bottle of moonshine he's had all campaign and mysteriously has never gone down.
Yeah, that stuff's got to be, like, kind of gamey at this point. It's just been sitting in Sven's back pocket for 6 months.
Now,
We'll say it has a little bit left.
I have to ask, are you talking about Sven or Barry?
Sven.
Alright.
Now.
I just take like a sniff of it. Maybe later. That's way too strong for right now. I don't want to blow my cover. You got like...
Shrug.
I'm
Puts it
afraid
back in
the
his pocket.
intelligent, that I had prepared would certainly knock you on your ass more than once.
Also later. I'm very interested in that.
It could be a bit much.
I like a bit much. I'm also very interested in that moonshine, if that's not consumed later.
Sure. It's mysteriously always here.
These nobles take fucking forever. I'm gonna just quickly like step out the door and just take a cigarette really quickly. Have a few puffs.
Okay.
Well, actually, that's a good point. Don't they smoke inside in this era?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
some nobles are really picky about the smell sometimes. I don't know.
Some of them are weird. They complain about health issues. I don't understand it. It's all a bunch of hooey.
Thank you. Someone gets it.
Had to cut back the 30 cigarettes I was having a day were, getting me to hack up chunks. So we're down to just 23 now.
What's the fantasy equivalent of Zins?
Zins?
Yeah,
Is that like the gum type shit?
it's the little like packets of nicotine, basically.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah. My cousin's all of those.
Is that dip or chew?
It's
or
like
something?
snus. It's like snus if you know what
Yeah.
that is, but
Yeah.
like it's a different type.
Nope.
Okay.
Basically,
it's like
they're
snus
like
for Americans.
they're like a little cloth bag filled with like powdered nicotine that's got flavor, and you stick them in your gum line.
Have you had one?
Oh,
Mm.
those are super common around here, aren't they?
They are, yeah, because we live in hillbilly heaven. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
They got him.
Right.
They got him here too.
I don't want to get off track, but I remember seeing some videos of Daniel Larson just walking around with like a giant, like, tall boy of Twisted Tea in one hand and like 5 packs of Zin in the other.
Oh my god. That actually perfectly describes someone I actually know in real life. But anyways, what the
Oof.
fuck? Yeah, it is oof.
Jesus.
Just replace the twisted tea with a monster.
The twisted tea.
Yep, that's what I said.
Anyway,
Anyway.
We wait for another 5 minutes.
We send Edward to the corner store, and after he comes back,
Went for a pack of cigarettes and never comes back.
just like
other
that.
fucking Newports.
Fernix finds the Ark and all of a sudden Etor's back.
Got a gallon of milk in one hand and a packet of Newports in the other.
Okay. Yeah, after about 5 minutes, you finally do hear the sound of, footsteps returning. Not coming from the hallway, but instead going through obviously an adjacent room. And there is a set of double doors, that come together at the center, solid wood, that then, somebody pulls open, giving you sightline into a pretty sizable library. And a man enters, well-dressed, probably around 6-ish feet tall, blonde hair that's cut relatively short, age probably anywhere between 30 and 45, kind of hard to tell. He steps in, closes the door behind him, looks around and says, "Welcome. Who am I having the honor of addressing today?"
A servant of Cyrus Hatsbolt at your service. I was in the area and I happened to. Well, my master currently has a vested interest in the lands that you own. There have been some rumors coming out of the area that we would like an opinion on. Forgive me. It has been a long day. You may call me Jace.
Certainly. He kind of looks around. Everybody's standing, sitting. What are people doing?
Probably standing.
Yeah.
Forgive me. These are my mercenaries I have bought for hire. You see, this is very dangerous, especially in the circles I tend to look into on behalf of my master.
I'm gonna actually roll an intimidation check. Not to just to look like an intimidating mercenary that you don't want to fuck with. I'm not trying to scare him or make him submit or anything. I just want to look the part.
I'll roll with you. That sounds fun.
Respect,
Yeah.
but I don't think you need to roll. I think Land's got that covered for on all fronts, just by being in the room.
I
mean-
love the attempt to intimidate with the one.
Mm-hmm.
The camera,
Gurgamesh's new haircut is not very intimidating.
the camera is scrolling. It starts on Fernix, who has his arms crossed. Sven has like a hard stare. Vic has his hand on his weapon, and then it like scrolls over. Because he's a dwarf, it goes down, and Gurgamesh is picking his nose.
I was imagining him trying to like lean against something, and he fucking slips and falls and hits the floor. Like he stands up. Hope nobody saw that.
Yep.
We all saw it.
I just go with cracking my knuckles, but I'm like cracking them the other way, and then you get to the glowy arm, and just the fingers bend all the way back until they're like parallel. It's no visible sign of stress.
I mean, I guess I can roll since we're all doing it.
Wow!
Not even that good.
Yeah,
Whoa,
+2.
still the hot.
Still
Still the highest.
Still 20. Yeah.
Still the highest.
You know,
It's literally just standing there.
Menacingly.
Standing there menacingly. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo.
yep, Vic's just not even paying attention.
The nobleman looks around between everybody, kind of has like a amused look on his face, and says, "Well, I'm nothing if not knowledgeable of the area. My family has maintained the land for quite some time. What is it that your master is looking for?"
Rumors of a group of people sort of gatekeeping your lands, in a sense. It's been odd, and considering my master is very interested in magical means and artifacts, they were quite perturbed by some of the rumors the locals began to spread. They sent me a letter. I only received the letter this morning, so I'm quite alarmed by it myself. What do you know? Anything could be of help.
Give me a bluff.
Absolutely. Big million whammies.
The man, like, he's standing still, sort of. He has closed the doors behind him, and just is standing, like, in front of the door with his hands folded into the small of his back, and says, "Yes, outside the town of Vetterholm, there is a magical barrier that I know that the Chasers have been keeping up for quite some time."
As
Origin
he's
of
saying this,
which-
I'm just furiously taking notes. Oh, you say the Chasers? You said?
Yes, the Shadow Chasers. Always been rather
Okay.
interested
Shadow
in it.
Chasers. Perturbing.
Well, they serve their own god in their own way. Trying to keep people out of part of the woods and mountains that aren't exactly safe for those who have never held a sword in their lives or think that they have.
Who exactly are these Shadow Chasers? Are they hired by you? Because it's not a group that I'm quite familiar with.
Oh no. He kind of looks to you. Everyone give me a sense motive.
I'm gonna roll the highest. Called it.
There it is.
Yeah, Daxius, you and Vic see a look of, like, disbelief, like, plain disbelief. They're a order belonging to the Lilianans. Something about, being the light in the darkness, chasing it away. Something like that. Noble adventurers who don't want to sign up with the Valiers or one of the free companies out at Dalmany and want to put on some religious airs. Kind of stuff.
I see.
Bunch of do-gooders and busybodies, but they don't hurt anybody, so we let them alone.
Well, there have been a lot of rumors around these people. You see, the master sent someone to check out the area recently, simply to just as a courtesy. You send out a envoy to places to make sure diplomatic ties are still intact. And, well, when they went to the town, they were quite perturbed by a lot of the rumors. It's very superstitious and mundane in nature. Claims of a dead town inside, or some sort of sleeping giant. They weren't very clear in the letter, my master. I'm not quite sure what to make of it myself.
Well,
But
you know how peasants can be. They're
Of
superstitious
course.
a lot. They believe a lot of things that have happened in those hills. What I can say is that I believe there's a pass through the mountains that used to be somewhat more used in the past, but hasn't really been so in later years, considering the roads go around the mountains to the north, going towards Elm Park. Which of the Hatsbolts is interested? This isn't coming from Cyrus, is it?
well, this was a letter from Cyrus's council. You see, he surrounds himself by very intelligent and influential people. You see, they work as a unit. I'm sure you're well aware.
In my way. Just seems odd that, considering the fact that he pretty much runs the lands on the other side of that pass, that he would be coming here asking me questions about it.
Oh, he's simply interested in all manner of magical mysteries. You know how he is.
There's like a bit of a smile that goes across his, like, the noble's face, and he looks around, kind of glances up at the ceiling, and then looks back and says, "Sure." So, last that I heard that, yeah, past through the mountains, might have been some kind of monsters living in there. Who the hell knows what's eventually gone down in there. My own records state that there might have been a town within, hugging the base of the mountains, possibly a mine going in. As of now, there's not really a lot of that kind of activity. I know Vetterholm, the town that exists there now outside of the curtain, has definitely sprung up in size over the past decade or so, but even then there's only a small mine farther down the rock face. We do our best to keep people away from any kind of ruins and anything like that in the area, but a lot of the rumors that fly around town between both peasants and freeholders alike seem to do that job pretty much by themselves.
Of course.
And the prince here isn't very much interested in the land at all. I haven't heard much in the way of missives from the family quite a while, because that is technically who my liege is.
But of
They
course.
themselves.
And the family intends. They made their intentions quite clear in the letter that they do wish to keep up those relations, and they do plan on sending an envoy soon to see how things are doing across with all of their friends and neighbors. I hope things have been well. I have not been in this city for too long, about a couple weeks now, but I think things have been all right, minus the nastiness this morning with those beast folk. Disgusting creatures, honestly.
Camera pans over to Sven.
Yeah, like we both just. Well, I give him a.
Everyone
very
give me a
good-
sense motive, I'm assuming they're paying attention. Yeah, I think everybody is able to see this. Yeah, most definitely. He is far from amused by that comment. Perhaps to certain people's shocks, perhaps not.
I look to my compatriots. I apologize. It's been a rough few weeks in this city, and the locals have not been kind to me. If I don't say specific things about these folk, they'll either think I'm one of them or something.
And we couldn't
It's-
have that now, could we?
Well, regardless, I don't wish to keep up your time much longer. I'm sure you have much better things to be doing, but I just have a handful of more questions that my master wants to get off the docket. If I remember correctly. I just have to, sorry, I have to, Joel has to go through the letter again.
While you're looking through that, perhaps your character is actually checking their own notes to make sure that they're being worded correctly. He kind of looks, the man looks around to the others, and who's standing near us, you think?
I imagine Vic, if anyone.
Sure. I think I thought about that.
He kind of looks to the clothes and says, unusual for nobles to hire out for the Valiers, especially those of that rank. Hope the money was good.
Not good enough. Sven sounds pissed. Playing off the previous comment.
Well, I can always send for one of the serving girls to bring out a few shots of whiskey. Sweeten the pot.
Oh, don't worry, we pay for those as well.
Yeah. As you look over that, I'm actually gonna do that as well as take a look at a map I keep somewhere in this town, in this house.
Oh, of course. Yes, of course. I just had a question, but I can put a pin in that until you come back, please.
Sure. Well, Miss Maisie will be along in just a moment. He like opens the doors without turning, like steps through, and then closes the door most of the way behind. You hear the footsteps retreat, going sort of in the same direction as the butler did previously. After a couple of minutes, you can't hear anything anymore.
I just long exhale. This is going poorly.
Yes.
Ah, God.
Fuck.
Maybe
Do
about
any
a
of you have-
minute. Sorry, go ahead.
Do any of you have any questions?
don't
I was
know, but
hoping to just kind of nudge closer a little bit, start with easier ones, and then move up. But
We'll know what his favorite color is. What he's... I don't know. You're a diplomatic one.
I don't think any of us are going to be getting a whole lot more information out of this unless we're trying to actually do so with a goal. It's very clear that he doesn't care for you right now. I don't think he really cares about any of us. Ask your
That's fair.
questions, be straight up, see if he's willing to give you the answers.
all right.
If not, then we leave. There's nothing wrong with getting the information directly from the source when we head there later.
We can try and assuage things if he takes the forthrightedness the wrong way.
Oh, I'll do my best to. Fuck.
I'm trying to puzzle out what the connection is, but of course I'm rarely so good at these things until every single piece is in front of me anyway.
Fair
Based on the
enough.
letter, there may not be much of a connection at all. They said that he was an owner in name. They also mentioned very clearly that there was not much interaction. Perhaps there is no interaction. He owns the name, and the lord of the area has been gone and indisposed for a while.
It might have been
That's
that
how it's been recalled.
I think you might be right. It might have been that I read a little too into it. Now that I'm re-looking at the letter, when I read the local noble is absent, my brain thought I don't know what I thought. I thought that like he vanished or something, that he was no longer around, but I think they just meant he wasn't in that town, he was here instead. Like, so he hasn't vanished. That much is clear. So that kind of already clears up most of the questions I had, to be honest, just seeing his face. But
Could be referring to a relative, though. I don't follow these sort of politics.
Fair. I didn't get a first name. I just have one more question then, which is just about fuck, I can't. God.
So, maybe about a minute later, you hear the approaching of much smaller footsteps. The doors are awkwardly opened, and a woman, a human woman, probably around the age of 30, steps in with a serving tray on it. She turns around and scooches the door closed. She's dressed in pretty average clothes. Seems to be pretty well kept, well fed, and clean. She just walks forward, kind of gives a really awkward curtsy, and then walks around offering people the booze.
None for me, thank you. I prefer to keep it clean.
It is. They're not shot glasses; they are highballs, and the bottle is actually not whiskey; it is bourbon.
Oh,
Thank you.
bourbon. Gurgamish takes a few.
Sven takes
Sure.
20.
I would imagine there's 5, so out of the 20 that Sven is taking.
You can have a few.
Once that's done, she places the tray with the bottle down onto the coffee table, gives another curtsy, and then withdraws back through the library. Yeah. And a minute or so later, you hear the master of the house return. He comes in through the library, this time not closing the doors, looking at a few papers that are in a large book in his hands, and holds it down a little bit and says, "What exactly has raised your master's interest in the area? Because in the amount of time that I and my family have been administering this land, I don't think any one noble above the rank of Ritter, which is what I am, has given one whit of interest in the area beyond how much taxes we make sure we pay."
I'm going to be a little more blunt. To be honest, my master is very interested in all things arcane, and they had heard about some magical goods going on within the forest, and with all their expeditions in the forest in their land and all that through the elven ruins and such, you can imagine their interest in the area. They're just interested in the magic, I think. I think there's nothing more to it. I don't know to what extent that goes to, but I'm just a simple servant. I received a letter and I followed up on it. I wish I could offer more.
The noble closes the book and kind of leans it on a bookshelf right near him and says, "All right, so then we can cut to the chase. Something tells me I know exactly what your master's looking for, and I'm going to tell you exactly what I've told any other people that have come around here asking uncomfortable questions. He goes in there or sends anyone else in there, they're not fucking coming out."
Not commi- What do you mean? I don't understand.
You tell me. You're the one that told me about the rumors that the locals are telling, right?
They literally just put it on paper that there were rumors. They just wanted I don't know what's going on. Enlighten me, please.
That at some point there were some dangerous magical goings on, and perhaps didn't go so well, and that those who came afterwards wanted to make sure that what happened within didn't come without.
This is disturbing. Have people died? Or just lost?
In which time frame?
I'm sorry, there has been a history of this? How much of a history?
At least about 700 years.
700 years? You're kidding me.
Right.
Have bodies been recovered?
Well, there is a rather well-maintained graveyard just outside of the curtain line. So what you have there, about maybe 155 bodies.
All from this thing?
All from this thing, all from one day.
Oh, sorry, 150 bodies in one day?
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I need a moment. This is... I hope you know that I do have to report this to my master. I can't promise that there won't be looking into, they're very vested in interest with any arcane magical interest. I'm simply trying to look out for the other man.
Mm-hmm.
But what kind of magics? Can you elaborate on the magics of this forest? Like, are there any have you had like wizards investigated over the 700 years? Like any? Do you think it's nature magic, arcane magic, something we're not familiar with?
And if you guys want to like gain any kind of information, I'm not going to ask you for any checks. It's going to be up to you to ask me for things.
I'm just as Joel trying to do the best I can, but I'm as Joel doing the best I can. I can't promise anything.
Personally,
Might want to make some strategic break-ins here with the rest of us.
I would honestly appreciate that.
Personally, I don't know. My best guess, it is not nature magic. It is something that originated outside of it, and that can't be. How do I put it this way? The genie's been let out the bottle, and it ain't going back in. Phrase I absolutely love.
I imagine that this isn't the most frequent recurrence if there were that many victims.
Well, after a while, people start learning, hey, maybe we shouldn't go in there if we value our own lives. But of course, we get everyone from local adventurers thinking they're a lot hotter shit than they actually are, or all the air punks looking to make a name for themselves, or just idiots thinking that there's a easy score laying within. I let them find exactly what they find. They're adults, they make their decisions.
Has even a single one come back?
Most likely. We've had some people come out, usually, let's just say they don't got all their marbles.
Do you know any names of one who might have made it and is still alive today?
Personally, no. The ones that at least my own father knew. I believe have most likely died by now. Most of them don't survive too long afterwards.
Speaking of your father, considering there is a history of this over the 700 years, do you have any living relatives, brothers, sisters, fathers, even grandparents that I might be able to speak to? Are they in the area, or perhaps
No.
would I find them back in...
Just me.
Just you?
All's left.
I'm sorry to hear that. Is this recent?
No. Parents have been dead for quite a while, and never really had any siblings, and haven't bothered to marry at this point. Been too busy with other prospects. So.
I think that's all the questions I have. I do just want to do a sense motive just to see. I just want to see if is he telling me everything, or is there like a sense of like, stop pressing, fuck off?
Yeah, give it to me. You can tell that he's not telling you everything, but the attitude that you get is that he finds this insanely amusing. Just really,
Fair
really
enough.
amusing.
Well, I think I've disturbed you for enough, and I think I've given myself a nightmare tonight. Thank you very much for your time. It's been a pleasure. And I hope that your nights aren't too lonely.
Everything usually works out one way in the end.
Before we go, what is the Shadow Chaser presence new?
Sorry, say again?
The Shadow Chasers being in the area new. I don't know if they've been around for a while.
They've been on and off around. They've gotten a lot more interested lately. Apparently there have been reports of incidents going down on the other side of the curtain. They're just there to make sure that no one comes out and starts killing people. In all the years that I have watched over it, never seen or heard of anything actually coming out that didn't go in first. And due to them being mountains, I'm assuming if it isn't trolls killing one another or goblins jostling for land, then it's Drow or Dwerger coming up towards the surface, making war with one another, seeing what land that they can take. That's their prerogative. They come up out of the ground, then we'll kill them, but they stay inside of their area, I don't care what they do.
And they don't. Thank you for the question, by the way, servant. I will give you a pay raise later today for that. That was a good question.
I don't think.
They don't tell you. They don't tell you any of the details about, or like they don't send you messages. They're not. These Shadow Chasers are not connected to you at all, are they?
Belong to the church.
That's. Well, that makes sense, but I think they tell you some things. Either way, that's about it for me.
I suppose it has been a fun game, hasn't it? Oh.
Well, this has been a very entertaining evening. You have been, honestly, the nicest company I've met in this city so far. Thank you. And good day.
You too. He, goes to the door, going past you and opens it up, in order to allow you to exit. I guess how do I put this? He's definitely pleasant as you guys exit. I don't know, I guess nobody else has really done pretty much anything while you guys are in there. As you guys filter out whatever way you go, he lets you go, like, descend the stairs into the driveway, steps into the doorway and says, well, I suppose I'll be here once you come up with more questions, because I do not think this is going to be the only time I shall see all of you. Next time, I'll drop my disguise if you drop yours. Like, steps back in and closes the door.
Like, as he says that, immediately, like, drops.
Yeah. Just tilt my head to the side, like, what can you do?
Shit.
Can't blame us guys for trying.
Yeah. That sucked. That totally and utterly sucked. I hated that. I don't want to do any more talking for the rest of the day.
You did good up there.
It's just, whatever. Just, I need a drink.
Did you
I'll
finish
take
your
that
bourbon?
moonshine now. I
pass him the moonshine.
Just-
I will mark that off my list.
Oh, I actually.
Did Garudimish walk out carrying 2 glasses of bourbon?
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, his bourbon was quite good.
Was it? Oh, fuck.
I actually grabbed the bottle.
They didn't have the bottle. They brought out the glasses.
No, there was a
bottle
bottle.
serving drinks.
Oh, they brought. Oh, okay. Never
There
mind.
wasn't too much left in it, but yeah, the bottle was there.
Yeah, I got the bottle. It's empty now because they poured out the rest of it. But I have the bottle.
Well, that's not so bad. Then I don't think they care about that.
I'm kidding. Well, I'm not gonna lie. I was hoping for something more.
I don't know that there was much more we could have gotten. Not the pretense we went in there with.
I was, honestly, it's partially my fault for misreading the letter, but whatever. It's just, we got other things to do in a burning daylight, post office. Ugh.
Guess that's where we head afterwards.
As we
Going to
walk,
kill a mailman.
yeah. As we walk, I'm
A
just
lot.
gonna drift to the very back of the group.
Well, that's so Daxius goes to the post office. The rest of us go to the Lunar Gazette.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't know why he's going to the post office, but
I was day drinking earlier, okay? I was just told that we need to go somewhere.
Hmm.
I
All
don't,
right.
yeah.
You guys are able to leave. The house remains just as it was leaving, as it was when you came. He was able to go up the street, back around the corner, kind of coming the way that you just came in order to get here, and cross over into the far side of Wall's End, nearer to the Grand Temple of Nocturne, and to where the Lunar Gazette has its relatively small building. Still during business hours, so still open, still good. You guys enter just as like some people are exiting with pallets of papers, and they hold the door open for you guys to go in, and you find it's busy. It smells heavily of ink and freshly milled paper. There are a good 6 or 7 people standing throughout this large, relatively low-ceilinged room, running the presses, putting broadsheets in and out and pressing them down and putting them over into a stack to dry, before taking those, flipping them over, and then pressing down for the other side of the broadsheet. Just like when Gilgamesh visited here, there are lines of papers hanging from the ceiling to dry as well, now that they're finished, and yeah. It's busy, it's bright, it's loud. Hive of activity.
Mesh, who did you speak to when you were here previously?
In character or out of character, I don't remember. In character, Gilgamesh would remember at least the description. I kind of remember him being like short and maybe pudgy with glasses, but I don't know if I'm making that up.
Yeah, you spoke with Klaus Sutliff, the owner. Eventually, you did speak with somebody else in order to like move that on, but yeah, you spoke with the owner. Middle-aged. He was shorter and a bit on the heavier set side, but not like you're not talking to Santa Claus or
No.
Mr. Smee.
Tim Allen in the Santa Claus suit.
You do at least recognize him moving around the back, like speaking with somebody and pointing towards, like, and moving stuff around.
Oh, it was that man right over there.
He seems busy. Perhaps we should go introduce ourselves.
Sure, I'll take the lead, and since he knows me, and I'll tap him on the shoulder and say, "I bet I look a lot better than since the last time you saw me."
Like, the man stops, like kind of, because you have to walk through, like, the shop in order to
Yeah,
get
that's
back
fine.
to where they are. And some of the other employees are like, what the fuck? But, like, nobody stops you because nobody really gives that much of a shit. The man kind of, like, jumps a little bit and then, like, looks down. Oh, yes, how can I help you?
Yeah, just there was an article that impressed upon my friends, and I think we had a few questions about, some of the practices at the Lunar Gazette.
We can answer questions, but we will not give out sources.
Oh, that's fine. Just Come over here, and I'm gonna take him back to the party.
Sure.
Gonna take
He
him
walks
out
with you, like
back. I
carrying
thought
one of
you
his
said-
books. Like he has glasses on. Just looks around, like going to the front counter, like puts like the book he was holding up down and says, "All right, what are we interested in today?"
We may want to move this conversation to some sort of office. Maybe best to not have so many ears around.
Well, unfortunately, this is the office. I don't keep private residents or quarters in here. It's kind of cramped quarters as it is. We have to keep everything as efficient as possible.
You want to cast the concealed? Is that that veil of? Well,
The
I know what you're talking about, but I don't
yeah.
need to go with it. Right. Well, we've got some issues with some of the things that were presented this morning. Now, I'm quite sure.
That was just this morning.
I thought that was
Sorry,
yesterday.
okay.
It
Yes.
was this morning.
It was this morning.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Oh,
This
You guys are
will be
busy.
the longest day.
Now, I know that my compatriot here had you print out one of his own articles. We're already beyond that. But the headline that went along with it, with the main article, as I'm sure you're aware of, didn't really do a whole lot of good. And will continue to not do a whole lot of good. So, I suppose the main question is, who told you to print it like that?
Well, the young master who gave it to me. Isn't that right? And he kind of looks over to Giru.
No, I mean the headline article,
Oh,
not
yes.
his.
Even the same.
I did not write the first article.
Oh, are you? Oh, sorry. Referring to the on the
Yes.
waterfront.
So yeah, out of character, I thought the headline article was like the massacre part.
Yeah.
Oh,
not
yes.
the Gurgur's
Yeah,
part.
it was. Go.
Oh yes, yeah, the one above the fold.
Yeah, I
Master on
don't
the
know.
waterfront.
That's the one.
And we would describe it how else? 32 people ended up dead working on the waterfront, considering that there was most likely gang warfare.
Yes, well, that's incorrect. And whatever your source is either lying for their own personal benefit or so incredibly inept that they were making things up as they were going along. And that's going to be a problem, both for the people of the city and, well, some others.
How many did die then, and how would you know?
Are we sure that we need to have this conversation? We're trying to work in the best interests of the people. And if you work with us, then we are more than happy to help out.
He kind of looks to all of you, as, and who exactly is actually doing this speaking, because I know it isn't one of you then.
No, I think it is us. Unless
Right.
Vic, are you receiving any sort of outside direction?
Out of character, what do you mean by that? Like, are you implying that there's somebody, like, telepathically speaking through me, or that I'm
No,
being
he
paid
is-
to do
He
something?
is implying that you are coming on behalf of somebody else.
Mhm.
Because I don't give two flying fucks about what David Barbasi believes. And I'm not afraid of the gangs that hang around in the dregs. I beg God protection.
Who's David Barbarsi, or are we not supposed to know yet?
Barbasi is the one who used to be...
Ravasi?
Yeah, Barbasi used to be the leader
Leader.
and was ousted.
He used to lead the Breakwaters until he didn't,
Oh,
and now he runs Provost's band.
I'm speaking for myself.
Joseph
And,
Barbassi, excuse me.
Say again?
Okay.
Joseph Barbassi. Sorry, yeah, I misspoke on that one.
Myself and
Yeah, who the fuck's David?
the people of the city who are been negatively affected.
I think there was personal concerns about the number of beast folk who were affected by the articles.
Or it might potentially be.
Fine. I was told to print it as I was told to print, mostly because my own reporters gathered what information that they could. These included the amount of body count that both the locals and the Luna Guard were able to actually provide us on. And as for the actual events which went down, we took eyewitness accounts where we could. And
No.
leaned on the Luna Guard where we couldn't.
I will take responsibility for providing the details that I did in the second article, but I'm not the one that works at the newspaper every day. But it only took me one day to see what those kinds of remarks do to the beast folk of the city, and I would think there'd be a little more responsibility on your part to vet out those details to prevent, any sort of harm to perpetuate negative stereotypes against beast folk. Because it only took me one day to realize it, and I know you're not stupid.
I am not. But I was also brought something that happened to tie in with something else which had happened. Truly, it was poor timing. I hold no personal animosity towards the more scaled or furred individuals of this city. Personally, people are people.
Insight check on that motherfucker. Or, sorry, sense motive, whatever the fuck you call it.
He didn't mention feathered, so he definitely hates the feathered ones.
You can probably believe that he doesn't give a shit
Right.
one way or the other.
Oh, okay.
But does he know that articles in the past have led to something like this happening previously, or is that too far-reaching?
Could I actually get from a natural 20 if is this guy someone who cares about actual journalism, or is this just a guy who's just doing a job and wants to get his shift over with and doesn't give a shit about the repercussions of what he
It's
publishes?
his business.
It's his business, so he is the one running this business, but he also,
Right.
you can get the idea that he believes that you are here to shake him down.
Right.
That this most likely isn't the first time that somebody has come in pissed off about one thing or the other and attempted to rectify that violently.
I'm gonna send a quick message to Vic and just say I think considering the city, I think he expects us to get violent. It couldn't hurt to just tell him the truth that it was an investigation on a drug. I don't know.
I'll go somewhere similar. So, for what it's worth, this isn't, the intention is not to cause problems for you, necessarily. It's to fix the problems that you have intentionally or inadvertently caused. Either way, it's not my concern.
After all, don't you have a responsibility as an editor to what you print?
Absolutely.
And I verified everything to the best of my ability. Nothing came back to me as straight up lies.
No, responsible in the sense to prevent harm from the journalism. Because it was that newspaper which incited violence in the streets.
I will do that the moment that those kinds of stories pay me and keep me inside of a house. I do try to keep up journalistic integrity, however, that said, I also like eating and paying my own employees. So, if you're here to complain about something and you actually know something, I can print a follow-up article. But if you
Those were
know
exactly
absolutely
my
nothing and are
thoughts.
simply here to complain,
I think that a follow-up article proclaiming that a few details about today's reports were exaggerated and misinformed and that the beast folk were not responsible.
right. So, what details are you willing to provide me, and what are your names? I already know that you're Valier agents, as you are wearing the pins. It's always nice when they identify themselves. So,
Phoenix Foppenhaus.
Sven. Sven saying the first thing this entire time.
Yeah, Vic is fine.
I already know you.
You can put me down as Sven.
I will not. I know exactly who you are.
Exactly. Oh.
Got Fernix, Sven, Vic, also Sven, and the guy who's already left. The guy who's currently at the
Another
post
Sven.
office.
Oh, don't forget about Etter. He's an equal part of the member of the party.
I think we should put Etor before Daxius. You're right.
Etor, the party's leader.
Ulrich is fine.
Right. So, what details are you providing? And you're going to back it up how?
This is where we might want to take a second out of game to clarify what we
Yeah.
should be telling him. Because
that beast folk actually were more of a part of it than originally thought.
I'm just gonna nudge
Yes.
Gurgamesh with just on the with the like kind of. I mean, it's Gurgamesh. I have to be a little forceful with it, but yeah.
Gurgamesh turns around, backhands Daxius.
Knocks
they
like all my
introduced
teeth
themselves
out.
and immediately started beating the shit out of each other in front of me.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Dax. What did you need?
A nudge in the right direction is what I need. And I nudge him again.
Why can't we just intimidate this guy and tell him to print it as is to have them admit the mistake?
I just roll
Is he
my
kidding?
eyes.
And the only tool in your
He
belt
can-
is a hammer.
Apparently.
You can get
Okay,
over
well,
it and have some coffee and write a really upset editorial.
We could outright put our names in the article. Say if there's any further information about the happenings in the city, come find us directly.
So,
Bad idea.
yeah.
Why is that a bad
I think
idea?
We're giving it so we should not be giving it our personal information and encouraging people to come talk to us. It's going to put a giant target on our back and tell people that we are the ones investigating, and that if anyone needs to be stopped to prevent this stuff from getting stopped on their end, just go kill these guys. Like, they already probably know us, so it's not that
Yeah,
huge of a deal. But like, literally, like saying, "Hey, we're trying to take down the bad guys." In a national newspaper that's going to be going out to everyone who's
We
in the
are
city.
literally
Including the bad
least-
guys.
We are literally the least subtle party ever.
Yeah.
Everybody knows
Yes.
who we are, and
What?
everybody. I mean, the only reason people don't find out about us is when we leave no survivors.
Well, the thing is,
that
We're-
is Deep Blue Sea.
you're right, but also
any
we-
peasant who sees that shit goes immediately into the next tavern. Oh my god, guys, guess what I saw?
You're right, but we don't need to be introducing ourselves to everyone who is possibly going to be influenced by our heroic abilities.
Why fucking
Like-
not? I say bring it on,
So perhaps this should be
Coward.
reminded, but
coward.
who was the one of the 2 to 3 members of the group who literally walked up to a gang lord, introduced yourselves, and pissed him off enough to be like permanent to give him your blood and permanently like tie yourself to him the first 20 minutes we were in Innsbruck or Lunabrook?
That wasn't me.
I'm
Must be thinking of somebody else.
Yeah, how could you be so crass as to forget that?
Shaggy
We don't have to-
in defense.
We don't have to like completely remove our names from it, but like saying that we should be the ones to talk to about every problem that's going wrong in the city is probably not the right way of going about it.
We are like superheroes. We should be solving all these problems.
We should.
we are really bad
I would
superheroes.
agree with you if you didn't like judge dread half of them. Well, no, most of them. Not all of them, actually. I
just
wouldn't
gonna
want to
send
have
them-
you guys rescue a cat from a tree because
But-
your solution would be to cut the tree down and have it fall into the neighbor's house.
So you know how like
This-
The
The
Sherwin
smart
Williams
bullets, you only
logo
need like
is like
one.
cover the earth. I feel like that's how we would solve every problem.
So how about this? We have literally been deputized and are representatives of the Lunar Guard. We have this information
And-
because we worked with the Lunar Guard on this investigation and are able to clarify this in a way that makes it sound less incriminating of the beast folk. We can phrase it however we want, something along the lines of we can't give out specific details, but we can make it explicitly clear that the information that was provided to the newspaper prior was not correct.
Yeah.
And if we need to bribe this guy to do it or pay him some money to get him to, stop asking so many questions, then we can do that because we all have money. Most of us have money. But we
he's
shouldn't.
asking for what information he's supposed to publish.
Yeah.
To,
He doesn't
to
ask you
clarify.
for money. He just wants to make sure that you're not just some random dude coming in here making fucking claims that can't.
Yeah,
be
no,
tied back
That
to
wasn't a
them.
problem yesterday.
Yeah, let's just. I think we should just tell most of the truth to this guy.
Also, I still haven't
Except
recouped
for-
the cost from the party fund.
That was all out of character, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
We probably don't want to involve that we were actually there because the Lunar Guard is actually protecting our identities
Mhm.
in the paper. So
Yeah, we could just say the Lunar Guard was there and things went wrong. Which they did.
Alright.
That's pretty much exactly what happened.
it's not so bad. We just flip flop it back onto them and be like, sorry.
Honestly, Daxius is okay with that.
So you provide him information regarding the actual incident, including why it happened, that it was an attempt to knock off officers deputized by the local guard, investigating a drug scourge in Bridgefront.
Mm-hmm. And that the beating of Gurugamesh was really an attempt by the Lunar Guard to...
If Gurgamesh says
Well,
anything about his
flex-
beating, Vic is going to take him and put him out to pasture. Gurgamesh is not going to be talking about any of the things that was wronged against him, because Gurgamesh being wronged is what put us in this situation in the first place.
I was trying to clarify the honest truth. It was a flexing of their power against Gurugamesh.
You threaten a cop.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of
I
Gurgamesh.
didn't threaten anyone.
Yeah, you did.
You did!
Threatened a fucking cop in their headquarters.
Is there a window in this building somewhere?
There are
All I
two
did was
windows. They are unfortunately at ground floor, though.
All I did was play hardball with the guy, and he took it personally.
By threatening him.
I didn't threaten him.
You know we have it
Roll the tape.
recorded, right?
Okay.
Are we going to also fix Giro's smear ad,
Yeah, are you
as
going to
it's
do a
called?
retraction on that and say that the individual who provided this information it's a pathological liar?
We could say that,
Gurgamesh shouldn't have any input on this.
yeah,
He was suffering from a major concussion
that's right.
as opposed to a mild concussion,
Don't worry about it.
and
A
that was
man
Caused by
came
the
in
beast
well
folk.
dressed and paid me to retract it, saying that the individual who came in was a brain damaged fool who could not be trusted. That will be being printed tomorrow morning.
I did write that right after I was beaten, so I think Gurugamesh would like to spin it in the sense that he was still in a state of delirium after being hit by the Lunar Guard. So, I mean, we could...
Maybe don't also say that it was because you were beat up by the Lunar Guard. Maybe just say that you were having mental issues due to a physical problem, and leave it at that.
Yeah, maybe an intellectual disability. Let's say that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he
Gurgamesh
escaped from the psych ward and
Gurgamesh got run over by the short bus.
printing press.
The shuttle bus.
Does anyone notice that school buses have gotten longer though? Like I always remember riding the one
Oh my god, the short one. Is that?
Yeah, when I was riding the bus, there were only 5 or 6 rows.
I guess schools are getting larger.
Do not worry about that one. A well-dressed dwarven man came in here and paid to have a retraction penned, stating that the individual who provided the information was mentally deficient and not to be trusted.
He escaped from the local sanitarium and
Yeah.
somehow managed to save up enough money to print articles about the police in the.
He also included a sentence saying that if spotted, he is to be returned post-haste to the Deep Gold family bank.
Oh, so it's not who
So-
I thought it was.
What?
Wait,
Like,
Wait, so was that in character or was that joking
like a
around?
piece
That
of
was me fucking
property?
with you.
Oh,
There was
okay.
somebody who came in who said, like, to pay for a retraction, but that last one, like, if found, take them to the manager so mom can find them at the grocery store. No, that one's not true.
okay, I okay.
Just lock him up in the vault and give him a bottle of air or something. We'll be along in a couple months to collect him.
Alright, so you guys spend some time giving actual information. Vic punches Garugamesh several times for trying to lie about something or another, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I had a brain injury because the cops assaulted me unnecessarily.
punch.
That's really not. That's like not even a lie. That's just a different perspective.
I'm gonna punch Gurgmatch again.
Alternative facts over here.
Well, it was unnecessary to beat him up, and he did have a brain injury. So I mean,
Scheiße, Lugenpresse.
The dwarf has many. He holds grudges. Very heavily.
not anymore. I've
Yeah.
resolved to let them go.
I don't think you have. Based on this conversation in the last 5 minutes, I don't think you let it go.
No. I'm talking about new grudges, not old ones. I'll still keep those. But when Daxia spit in my coffee this morning, I didn't even say anything about it.
Oh shit, you saw that?
Dexius wasn't even here.
He was not.
I'm
He was spending.
role-playing.
He was
You
spending the
fool,
night.
I have a high stealth.
He found his
I'm
own coffee
playing.
and then blamed
Yeah.
Daxius for it.
Well, I thought Daxius would want to spit in my coffee, unless like we want to have Natari spit in my coffee. I mean,
Natari definitely would have. If she saw that newspaper, yeah.
Is there any coffee that Atari doesn't spit in? I feel like that's just like.
It's
her professional
she
sport.
only she
Whenever
only
I-
spits in the coffee of those that she either really hates or really likes.
whenever I get a coffee,
Oh.
like from Starbucks, I always ask the barista to spit in my coffee.
Just adds a little flavor, you know?
Yeah, little spice
Give 'em-
kick to it.
Hey, listen,
Alright.
you give me a $20 tip. I'll do whatever you want to your coffee. All right.
One time I found a Zin packet at the bottom of my cup.
Yeah.
But my mouth feels tingly. So,
Anyway,
I'm
you guys spend the next like half hour providing information to the best of your ability, or trying to
Yep.
contradict it at several occasions, only to be punched by one person or another.
we still need to get Gurgmatch the baby Bjorn.
And he takes it down. Says he will run what he's able to past the Lunar Guard representative, as he keeps a relationship with Captain Stauffer. And it will go out the following morning, as it is too late in the day to go out in the late edition.
Fine. And
And thank you.
I have another idea, if you are interested. I was thinking that the city being kind of messy because of this article, perhaps it would be kind for the Luna Gazette to sponsor a fundraiser for those affected by the violence of the last few days, particularly regarding the Beast Folk. And if the Luna Gazette were to organize such a thing and make a sizable donation, then I think that might be good for all involved. And Vic will take out 1,000 gold and just put it on the counter.
Excuse me?
Well, it's
It's the best for everyone involved that relations are improved.
He, like, as you say that, he actually reaches under the counter, but as you, like, because you reach down for your belt, and as you pull money up, he lets his hand go. Because, to be honest, when you said that, what I heard was it would be a shame if something were to happen to your legs.
No, I think that's a very fair thing to assume from Vic because he has 1 point in diplomacy and 8 points in intimidate. So I think that's fair. And Vic does not hold a grudge.
Yeah, and intimidate of plus 20.
I mean,
Yeah.
you also
We now know
chose
that he has
those
enough
words
power
to
to-
use. It would be in the best interest of everybody if this were to
just-
happen.
Straighten his arm and punch the guy's kneecap so hard below the table that he falls to the ground and starts bleeding to death.
That's how Vic
So-
talks. Yeah. Vic always sounds vaguely annoyed and upset about everything. I feel like.
He's
Yeah.
a mafia made man who's like 2 sentences away from killing everyone in this diner.
Yep,
All
But yeah.
right.
that's Vic for you.
Got a little pouch with, I mean, I just took off 1,000 gold, but you could say it's in silver or platinum, if whatever's easier.
Yeah, he lets his hand go and like looks very visibly relieved. Like that's not even something you have to roll for. That one's very fucking plain. Yes, I'm pretty sure I can manage that. Right.
And make sure this gets to the right people.
That at least I can do.
I don't think I need to, but I will run a use of Discern Lies on that just in case.
He seems relieved that you guys are leaving.
Yeah, I'll be the
That's
first
valid.
out the door.
I'll be
So-
the second.
I assume I don't get the
No.
impression that he's just going to take the money and run.
No.
Okay.
He's an actual like established business. He's not some dude who works out of a wagon and will leave town the next day Harold Hill style.
You know, like someone might have done.
Sir, do you have any printing presses that could fit into, like, say, the back of a Vardo?
And with that, we'll take our leave.
I'll be honest, Gilgamesh, I highly
Well.
doubt it.
He kind of waves, "Goodbye, please don't come back."
Valid.
If there's anyone who's affected, by the way, please send them our way. I can hopefully attend to them as best I can medically.
Are there any portable printing presses in this universe?
Probably not. Not that you know of. You'd have to like look into that. This is probably the only place where you've seen one. I don't know where your travels would have taken you. The dwarves probably do have like printing presses, but I don't see why your character would have ever bothered like going to see any of it.
Don't we have that
Oh.
item that like lets you copy information from like a sheet of paper onto another sheet of paper?
There's a
There's
cantrip
like a-
that does that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We'll just get Gilgamesh like 10 stones that all do that and a bunch of paper. So he just has to write the paper once, then he can mass print them.
Then he can write all the threats to whoever he wants and put all of your names on it so that there's receipts when they come
No,
around saying "We're gonna
Gilgamesh
fucking
doesn't
kill
hold.
you."
He doesn't hold any more grudges. He doesn't do that.
Well, he holds grudges. He doesn't make any new grudges.
That's right.
I
Well-
guess Etor could copy stuff down.
It's also, business stuff, and you're gonna put, or like promoting yourself as like heroes, and you're gonna put all your names on it and hang it up on every fucking post in town.
Yeah, local problem in your area? Contact us. Here's our address, postal number, our credit card, and the 3 funky numbers in the back.
Here's samples of our blood and hair.
I'm gonna make us a new poster that says strongest and Lunabrook, and it's gonna be like depictions of all of us, and ready. And then the bottom is just gonna say "ready for a challenge." Anytime,
That is kinda
anywhere.
funny. I like that image, actually. It's pretty funny. I will say, having a printing press to carry with us would have been a great idea if we had taken the Vardo that had, the magically bigger space in it that I wanted to take.
Makes me think of
Right.
the album cover to Grand Funk's "All the Girls in the World Beware."
I've, I don't know. I've been loading the city of Lunabrook for about 17 to 18 minutes now.
You
Oh,
might
I
just
hate
have
Very much
to-
to be dead. Yeah.
Oh.
I hate when it does that shit. Well, we finally leave. We exit the door. Well, any more pressing business?
I will look over in Sven's
Printing
direction.
press business.
What time is it in the day?
Everyone
It's
ignored
getting
that
on
joke.
closer to.
Yes.
It's gonna be some time. Like it's probably on 5 in the evening.
I'm not going to lie. Fernix and Sven, I'm very interested in that King of Scales. The more I sit on it in my head, the more it makes me feel uneasy. And I
What
don't
is
want
this?
to-
That, if I'm being honest, comes
Oh.
across as a name that the kobold would choose for themselves.
Yeah, it does, but it also seems like something that, in a city like this, they could rally behind.
What is the King
Honestly.
of Scales?
Well, let's see what they have to say for themselves in this handbill.
I think Gurugamesh is the only person that wasn't there. Well, Sven wasn't there either. So Sven, you and Gurugamesh weren't there when they were given, and I don't know if they ever told you about the
Oh, I
broadsheet.
thought-
I don't think so.
I thought I had told someone had told Sven. Oh well,
We
I
you
thought
have
realistically-
you have the bill, Fernix.
I thought it was just Perdix and Daxius who knew. I wasn't sure if Vic knew or not.
I think Vic was with them.
It's
Yeah,
That was when me and Daxius and Fernix were all going to talk to Melia
right.
earlier today
Yes.
before we did the assault, I think.
I'm just gonna kneel down to Gurugamesh. He's just a vendor down in the old docks that has some information regarding some of the investigations we've been doing. It's honestly, we don't think we're gonna get much from it, but we'll see.
Be interesting.
well, it seems to be a cult of some sort.
Yeah,
Probably a draken from the look of the silhouette, but of course it's just an image.
I just think that well, considering the three of us, I think it'd be good for us to check it out. So we're probably the
Right.
only ones who could get in.
I mean, I could probably get in.
No, I think it's best to keep far away.
No,
Don't
I could put on the hat of disguise, and then I turn into a gnome.
It's not a beast folk.
Well,
Gnomes are beast folk.
it,
Might as well be.
I just turn away.
it does specify half orc and goblin too.
But yeah, they would count.
I'd advise against having less, what's the least offensive term? Peachy skin?
I think the proper term is ancestral race,
Inheritor.
inheritor race, whatever. Yeah, that one.
I don't really see a way of myself getting down there. But it is worth investigating.
Yeah, I'll give out the handbill to anyone who wants to look at it too.
I guess no one.
I eat it.
I assume we've got it pulled up. That's why no one's taking it.
It's not the most pressing matter on our plate, but it is something I want to check out. Otherwise, I imagine eventually we're going down into the sewers and looking into, well, the cult of the spider.
Yes, I think we should investigate that first. But this King of Scales stuff sounds pretty explosive.
Yeah,
Maybe
I'm
you're
worried.
related.
I'm worried, especially if you. That is actually something I thought about. That is a good point, Sven. Especially when I look at the bottom of the page, it Let me just bring it back up again. It says a new dawn approaches. I've mentioned this before, and I'm going to mention this again. That screams rebellion, or something of the likes, or something's coming. Like,
Well, Well, shoot. I mean, I think not necessarily rebellion, but a revolution might be needed to, cement beast folk as equals
not-
with the normal races.
I mean, I'm not saying it's not needed. I'm just
Normal
saying-
races?
Normal.
Oh.
It's
Brugamesh, you are
something.
walking on very thin ice right now.
Walking.
I am trying. I have beast folk friends.
Holy
You- you do.
At least I used to yesterday.
I wouldn't go so far as to say we're not friends over this. Although, I wouldn't attempt to appeal to my logical sense as to why that is, as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Sven hasn't tried to eat me.
I've considered it, but unfortunately, I'm not into that.
Oh, well, I didn't know you had even considered it.
Grogumas, you've pissed me off a great deal, but I've got other things happening right now in my life that I can't honestly spare the emotional effort to care about it. I'll care about it later.
Yes, well, hopefully by then it'll all be resolved.
I hope.
Well,
The city won't
speaking
forget.
of that,
We need to put the King of Scales on the throne.
Look, I'm not saying one way or the
That
other.
would
I'm
be
just
the
saying I
best.
want to check it out to get their intentions, their motives, their methods, and whatnot. But I realize that there are more pressing matters. I just want to figure out what the fuck we're doing. We're burning daylight, man.
Yeah. Let's head to the sewers.
right.
Oh, so we are doing that right away.
Unless there's any other pressing business, I think. Vic, what are your thoughts?
You're muted.
I was thinking we probably wouldn't be doing much more today. Getting some preparation done for the unfortunately seemingly inevitable break into the wall and the spider's nest.
Oh yeah, do we need to prep spells for tomorrow?
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Phoenix, how are you doing in that regard?
I've still got a fair amount memorized, but it was a rather fierce battle. Still, I think I'd be able to see us through there. There was those things I had sent Edward to pick up, but of course I'm not sure exactly how long it'll take them to complete that task. That is
We
it.
also-
Yes. I think I'd be good. You were saying, Vic?
Well, it may be worth investing in some antitoxins, perhaps something to allow us to more easily move through those webs, as they did seem quite thick. But, well, some things to consumable items to make sure that we aren't stuck down there. No options.
It does make me wish I had prepared the chant for freedom of movement as I had thought of at the beginning of the day, but
Well, if... I'm going to be honest. These cultists have begun to really worry me. I mentioned before, but when we first started investigating this, I didn't think they were anything but amateurs. But everything points to these guys being dangerous. I think if we're going to go into this, we should be prepared for the worst. That's just my recommendation.
I think
So-
that's a reasonable thing to suggest. What is the worst, though?
The worst case, all of us dying.
Well,
We would
Suppose that is a pretty bad case.
get more specific.
less that
Do you-
I guess we wouldn't have to worry about it anymore.
That's a fair point.
Yes. To be more specific, we are not going to be able to avoid the fact that they most likely already know what happened, and that their entrance has been discovered. So
Yeah.
if they've not already closed it out, which, if they had the capability of doing, I imagine that would have been done already, then they certainly would have set traps and are quite prepared for our eventual arrival. It's not something we can get around at this point. So, being prepared and with the assumption of the theme holding true, spiders, webs, and poisons, spending some time getting some potions, antitoxins, curatives together, as well as perhaps some equipment that's more conducive for engineering, as I imagine will probably end up under the walls for sure, and under the ground more than likely.
More than likely.
More than likely.
They probably already know by now, you're right. I don't think there's anything we can... I think they're waiting for us at this point.
Safe bet.
Right.
So
So
we're all on the same page. The plan is to
sounds like
go into... if I remember correctly, that passage was very small. So I imagine we're probably going into like an Udiag plug or something.
It wasn't very large, but I don't think it was tiny. It was
At least
in
wide
the
enough
interior.
for at least one person to walk normally.
Oh, really? I thought it was like a hole, like a
Oh
mole's
no!
hole.
It's straight up like you can walk.
Oh,
through
okay.
it.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
And those who got a good look, which I think is at least Fernix, you're able to see that the crevice that is in the inside of the wall is pretty sizable. Like several people walk abreast across, and yeah, it's not like you're crawling into a fucking like Vietnamese like kill hole. Cigarette in one hand and revolver in the other.
yeah. Look, we're trying to chase down Tucker's kobolds. That's what it was all leading up to.
Mhm.
Well, if it should be fine as far as movement is concerned. I don't think we'll have to break into the people shrinking potions. Not that I think any of you are familiar with that spell, but believe me when I say it's really more amusing than it is useful until situation like that.
Yeah, I tried using a reduced person potion once. Never again. No.
I don't think I've ever experienced this, but it does sound quite awful.
Yeah. It's. I still have nightmares about it.
Oh,
Really?
that sounds like a bit more was going on.
I don't think that was just due to the potion.
Tara,
What
you
about the-
bitch. That's a conversation for another time.
Right. Well,
All right, so
if you all,
Get our stuff.
yes, a couple of us could probably stay above and do the shopping, and if the rest of you wish to, or at least check out this King of Scales situation, could be worthwhile. Or if you prefer, we can all go together.
I think it'd be best if it's just me, Phoenix, and Sven.
Well, we do have a couple of disguise hats and could purchase another one. I'd prefer the option to be able to fight out if necessary. It does sound like they're prepared for armed resistance.
Possibly, but they're also entirely an unknown. Personally, I'd like to just get a lay of the land first. I just want to go in as if we're just regular people, regular run-of-the-mill people of the city, interested in what they're offering. I just want to see what they're offering and then decide where to go from there. I don't think there's any drastic measures that need to be taken just yet, but just based on what the letter we've gotten, I am prepared for such measures if we have to.
That is fair, but I feel worried about the timing. It's only after, I'm assuming, more than one individual died, so people are more likely to make hasty decisions.
Yes, likely. Especially if the paper's not coming out until tomorrow.
And I admit, well, I wouldn't want to put the two of you at risk, but if they say that they're not distrusting of certain folk, then we should use that to our advantage.
My concern with that is just that, should it be discovered that these are magical disguises for, trying to fit in, things could go much worse than if things were simply a slightly rough situation on their own.
That was my thinking as well.
If you think it's the best time, I think we can make it work, but it's certainly something to be careful about.
I'd really just like to get a lay of the land first. No disguises, no trickery, just see what they're about. They're still an unknown.
I agree with Daxus in the sense that it seems like, particularly in Lunenburg, we've come across a number of figures who have suddenly been able to see through all of our disguises, even with the hat of disguise on. So I think before we try to pull anything sneaky, maybe we should let you and I should hang back and let them explore the community before we intrude.
I feel like I do agree in some part. We don't know terribly much yet.
My only concern is, if there's a fight, we'll need to think of a way for Fernix, Daxius, and Sven all to escape. Not saying that they couldn't handle each other themselves in a fight, but Daxius and Fernix are particularly fragile.
Considering we're all beast folk, I don't see a reason why they would have to kill us, even if they found out we were with who.
That is my way of saying that's the only reason I think that me or Vic should come along, but I don't think that's a realistic possibility.
No, that's fair. I appreciate that.
Well, if the concern was of fighting, then if a fight were to start, then it certainly wouldn't be between fellow beast folk, at least in the way you describe, but if there are other parties that are inclined against a meeting like this happening, then an attack could still happen.
Or let alone that they recognize one of us.
I have noticed that some of the beast folk are very good enough at what they do, and we've had eyes on us already. They could recognize us, but there's also a lot of faces in this city, and I don't think most of them could be fucked. They just want to have a decent life at the end of the day. And I don't know what I'm trying to say. I don't think that a fight's gonna break out between us three and them. I think we should be fine for just some reconnaissance.
Certainly. Well, we'll do our best to have some sort of an escape plan anyway, just in case.
Yeah. I mean, you know me. I'm always looking for a way out.
Just don't let Sven get any civilians on his way out.
Too soon.
Too soon? Oh.
But
Not really a tone that I
Sven,
would equate
yeah,
with
Sven-
a joke.
Sven looks a bit sour at that.
Sorry, buddy.
Right. Let's just get the move on.
I suppose since it's been brought up, if you do need anything, just say the word and we'll get started as best we can.
On what?
To Sven in particular.
Ah,
Right. I don't know how I can help here, if I'm being honest.
you don't have to come. I just thought, considering the crowd, it might be of interest to you.
Maybe. Sven looks kind of... I don't know how he would look. Exhausted? He just looks tired.
Sven, I can't force you to be anywhere, especially in a time like this for you. But
I'll try my best where I'm needed. I suppose.
you sure?
Where should I be? What I don't know. I'm
Fine,
tempted just to go to the bar and drink while you all do this.
I get it. If that's what you want to do, I won't stop you, but wouldn't be lying if I did say that your persuasive skills could be useful, and, well, I always appreciate a third opinion. Welcome to have you there, but this is a rough time, so do what you wish.
Right. I suppose I can come with.
All right.
Good.
Well then, we're burning daylight. Let's go.
Yes. To the wonderful shit pit.
Wizard of Oz.
To the shit pit. More specifically, it was the Green Moss Ale House in Wallsend. Wall's End. Where's Wall's End?
Oh.
Actually, not far from where you presently are.
I'm gonna trail behind as not to be seen, but just so I can be in the vicinity in case of things.
Fair.
Okay, so who's going where?
Yes, I'm going with Daxius in the group.
Well, do we want to go in the front, I guess, or are we gonna just go around to their toilet and all climb inside without a word?
I think it'd just be best to go in as not as adventurers, not as sleuthers, just regular people curious about the handbill we were handed to on the side on the road as we were traveling. Like you got.
Maybe Sven shouldn't bring his armor? I feel like if we brought flashy armor and weapons, that might give the wrong idea.
Could give exactly the idea they want. We don't know.
True.
How is that? How is that looked upon? Is it more like? Is it très fashionable to have the armor and weapons out, or is that not so good?
I believe we're asking God.
For Gray.
Yeah, I think the implication here is that he's saying that maybe you shouldn't be dressed in a way that might suggest you are coming in to make trouble. I'm assuming was the suggestion.
Oh.
Or they might get a little apprehensive
That's fair.
at seeing, people with strong weapons and strong armor.
All right, and all of us are spellcasters. We can handle our own if that comes to that. And if we have to get out, I have ways to keep us invisible. So, all right, yeah. Maybe leave your armor with Garugamesh. Or,
Yeah, I could take it.
Just put it in the bag of holding.
Yeah.
Ooh, Sven, your armor is body temperature.
Oh. Oh, I don't like that.
You mean you don't like it when you go into the latrine and the seat is the same temperature as you?
You know what? You got me there. I do love that.
Where he's always
Starts
sneaking off to go
pulling-
sit on different toilets.
pulling Sven's hair off of his armor and then just rubbing it on his face and into his beard.
It's like putting individual pieces of fur in the beard in different spots.
All right,
to
now
fluff
y'all have
it
made
up.
it weird.
Oh, yeah, we made it weird.
Yeah, that was weird.
I think this entire episode has been making it weird.
It's only weird if you guys make it weird.
Can we have that be the title? Making it weird.
Making it
Might
weird.
be, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the Dale Earnhardt tribute stream.
Okay.
all we need now is to mention Christian.
Christian? Yeah.
Yep.
There it is, I guess.
There
Brought
it
up
is.
Daniel Larson earlier,
So, you know,
Yeah.
gonna round it
which
out.
I actually meant to say Joshua Block instead of Daniel Larson.
Got to have the Trinity.
So, the three of you are definitely going down there. Garugamesh, you said you're following behind. Vic, what are you doing?
I mean, I assumed that we were splitting up so that some people could go shopping, but
Yeah, that
If-
was my thought, and that's why I asked, like, where's everybody going? Because I'm like,
Oh, well, I mean, Vic, you could go shopping.
where is this place? Are there any just like apothecaries or anything in the immediate area that we could just like search around for and then just stop back by?
yeah, you can find an apothecary pretty easily. Things
Yeah,
like that
I'm-
I'm not going to put on a map, but yeah, you can find something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy some potions, but
Potions
it'll
to
all be
have.
out of books, so we
Yeah,
don't have to roleplay
full
that.
price, it's fine. Whatever you want to buy, you know the price.
hmm
Like your strongest potions, potion seller.
So, the three of you, with Garugamesh trailing a good 50 feet behind, walk down through Wall's End looking for the alehouse. You're told by at least one person that it is along the exterior wall. You actually find it. Yeah. It's a kind of like middle end where it's like definitely working class. Well kept, but not fancy. Sizable. And, definitely patronized by a better mixture of races and colors than a lot of other places that you've seen here in town. And since it's going kind of on dinner time, you arrive and it's pretty solidly busy. Noise, there's music being played. People are pushing through looking for tables, of which there seem to be leadingly few. It's just a good time.
I will say before we go in, I'm going to go into my normal kitsune form, and I'm going to take off the pin of the Valier Society. Yeah. Thank you.
Ooh, smart.
Yeah, it's a fair point, and like I guess I'll take the pin off, and I've got the sleeves of mini garments, so I just give myself a better sleeve on the weird looking hand.
Okay. So, you enter in. You kind of have to move to the side as people are coming and going. This is probably the maybe not the largest collection, but at least lately of non-humans that you've seen. Among here are a lot of more uncommon beast folk, including more ungulates, especially with horses and deer. There are definitely those in here who you would peg as most likely being orcish in background, most likely half-orc, but very heavily favoring the orcish side. There are also rat folk, a few cat folk here and there, and weirdly enough, at least one person who might actually be a hobgoblin.
No shit.
Who's dressed pretty normally. Probably a similar dock worker as a lot of other people are in this city. So, you pretty much have the run of the place. What are you doing?
Well, we need to find a acolyte of the King of Scales and tell him a code phrase. Oh, I say this in hushed whispers.
We could just ask around.
I don't want to be too... Well, this is a pretty open place. More diverse than anywhere else I've seen in this shithole of a city. Yeah, it couldn't hurt. You're a friendly face, Sven. Work your magic.
Oh. Uh-oh. You're making me roleplay? Ugh. I hate roleplaying.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry you're doing roleplay in a role-playing game.
Fuck you, dude. Okay. I want to find a kobold. Wait, no, hold on. Oh wait, the hobgoblins. Oh wait, hold on. I know goblin.
Oh.
I've recently learned it. Okay, Gray. Tell me about the hobgoblin.
His fur is like redder in color, like almost like a rusty copper. It seems to be relatively well groomed. He is dressed in day clothes, a tunic and breeches. Has a hat on that most likely indicates that he's a dock worker of some kind, stevedore. He's sitting at a table talking with some other people, just kind of, talking, nodding as the other people are drinking and eating. You can't really tell what they're talking about, but it seems to be pretty animated.
I guess I'll just hover near him and wait for a good opportunity to talk to him, if one presents itself.
Eventually, the two people that he's talking to, which are a Ruguru who has kind of a silvery or grayer coat to him or her. They're definitely on the thinner, smaller side. And the catfolk that they were sitting with end up seeming to reach some sort of a conclusion and then standing up before turning to leave. They kind of shoulder past you guys because there's not a lot of room, walking room in here. Leaving the hobgoblin alone. You see he kind of takes in something, slides it off the table and into his lap, and then puts it away into a bag that seems that is tucked alongside the chair.
And then he's not bit. Is that a good time to go in?
Yeah, no one's sitting with him now.
All right. I'm gonna roll intimidate just to come across as a intimidating figure. Not kind of same deal as earlier.
You want to loom.
I want to loom.
All right.
I loom.
This is also a time period where just sitting at a table wherever there's a fucking seat is normal.
So,
yeah.
I mean, Sven's a big guy. He makes his presence known a little bit as he walks over and sits down. What's this table like? Is it like a small table where I can sit across from him easily, or should I sit beside him?
It's a smaller table that you're going to be sitting across from him. On the table is a candle. There's a couple of empty plates, computer, cheaper metals, things like that have already been used, and a single book that seems to be on the hobgoblin side.
I'm gonna sit down at the table in the same way that I imagine Heavy Weapons Guy from TF2 would, where it's just like, puts all his weight into the sitting, where it's like, you notice when he sits down across from you.
Because of the smell.
The
I
hobgoblin
am heavy cat guy, and this is my cat.
was
I am
also
Heavy
named
Weapons.
Sasha.
And these.
Yeah.
Oh, did we?
Someone goes to pet her, and he looks over afterwards. Who touched Sasha?
Oh my god! Sasha does have the same name!
That's brilliant. Holy shit.
I love that you never noticed that.
I've never noticed it!
I never noticed it. That's.
This is Sasha.
Wait, to clarify though, do we have Sasha with us?
No.
Okay.
It costs
Sasha was made to go with
1,700
Dick.
gold to
Oh,
feed this cat for 12 days.
The hobgoblin looks up to you, and I'm assuming you meet his eyes, and he just goes, God, what are they feeding you?
I'm gonna assume that I have the handbill in my hand because I was told to go do stuff. So I just kind of like have it in my hand, and I put it on the table with a not a lot of force, but like I put it on the table. I look up at him and I tap on it and I say, I was past this and told to come here, King of Scales. You seem like somebody who would know something about this. And I'm saying this in Goblin.
He's responding in common. Well, fucking right then. He, like, sits back, flips back into Goblin so that you're the only person who understands this within reason. And says, You looking to, you one of them sermons, or are you, looking for something one-on-one?
Sven leans back and takes the paper back with him. He says, I'm not quite sure. All I know is that I'm tired of being treated different. I want better. It seemed like the place to go.
Right. Well, if you ain't sold, his, Arrow's gonna be doing a little speech later tonight. Savvy? Something interesting?
Sounds I'm interested.
Right then. One little buffet. We'll take and pick. Back at 11 and, we'll send you on your way.
There's a slight pause as Sven looks back to the paper and he says, You wouldn't happen to be employing mercenaries, would you? Or this place. In truth, I don't know if you're anyone of importance, but do you know anyone who might know?
If we's, hiring out for mercenaries? Are we's hiring it, or are we's doing the hiring?
Is there work for people like me?
Something tells me there will be. Eventually. As long as you can teach somebody how to hold a sword with the pointy end on the other side. It's definitely at least good.
Ben snaps and he says, I suppose I could. Alright.
From me. I recognize that accent even in Goblin. It's weird.
I've traveled a long way to find somewhere that would be more accepting of me. I've yet to find one.
Yeah, good fucking luck. At least the worst catfolk I have to deal with is, oh, you thieving little bastards, stay out of my city. Don't stay in here after dark. People like me, they look one way at me and go, ah, goblin, let's kill him. But be able to listen to his herald talk tonight. Something tells me you'll get a real good idea as to why eventually that ain't gonna be the way no more.
Sven nods slowly, and looks like he's thinking of something, like considering whether or not to say something. And he says, "I appreciate that. Though I have another question that's burning on my mind, if I'm being honest.
Uh,
At a game, I don't know if this is the right person, but Sven says, do you know of Seta? I think Seta is the hobgoblin leader that
it
we...
was. Yeah.
Okay.
Not really. Kind of vaguely know that's it's one of our people's name, but not really. Why'd you meet him somewhere in the city?
No, I...
All hobgoblins know each other, of course.
I was trying to find them, but I missed them. I thought they were coming this way. Different business.
Alright, well if they come in, I'll tell them a 7-foot tall tiger cat folks looking for them.
Thank you.
Alright.
And I guess I'll stand up. I think I got the information we wanted. Right? Was there anything else?
We're gonna come back at 11 and find everything we need to know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, shining light of his silver scales. I just resaw that. So I
Oh,
guess-
yeah, they did say that.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot about that.
I
That's
hit
the code.
the
Oh, that's
handle
the
up,
code phrase.
And I read everything around that,
Oh.
but it does also say tell
um,
his acolyte that you
okay.
want that.
Sven
Yeah.
stands up and then looks back to the hobgoblin and says, one more thing. Do you know who the acolyte is?
The acolyte?
One-
Is Harold?
The handbill talks of an acolyte.
Right, yeah, that'd be his Harold. His name's Azza. You'll see him tonight.
I suppose I can wait. And then he'll walk away.
Alright.
While he was talking, I just want to look around the room and just see if there's anyone that I might have seen in the city or I might be familiar with in this tavern.
Killing. Still coming down off being sick. I love it.
Most of us are. I don't know what's
Um,
been going around.
You talking like from the thieving side?
From any side, or like literally just any face I would recognize, whether it's someone I have a history with from my past being here, or just the fucking Dragonborn I was spying on that one time. Just anyone.
Actually, strangely enough, that guy is. It seems to be
Oh.
late enough that either he's not working today or he kind of stands out. Not necessarily, whatever, but Red Dragonborn, kind of vivid.
Fair. Yeah, while Sven's talking, I'll approach this guy. Just sit down.
He's sitting like at the bar talking with the bartender, who is also a Rougarou, with Blanche white fur, a larger, very obviously woman. And as she nods, hands him a drink, and then starts going up the bar the other way to talk to somebody else. He takes the mug up and basically inhales half of it in one go before putting it down and then leaning back and doing like this.
I'll
Whiskey.
probably take a seat further away at the bar.
The woman just kind of nods and then goes to serve someone else first who had been speaking with her, and eventually gets back around to you, pouring you a finger of whiskey from a pretty simple looking bottle.
I'll sip it a little bit, swirl it.
It's okay. It's not swill, but it's not like something you'd find in a noble's manor.
Right. I'm used to that. That's just what I like. I'll just kind of lean over a little subtly and just seek the shining light of his silver scales and the comfort of brothers and sisters long lost. Just look at the Dragonborn.
He kind of like side eyes you a little bit and says, "Oh yeah, that's at least you come to the right place.
Sure hope so.
What's brought you here exactly?"
Well, I got this handbill, and I was interested, as you know.
Right.
Truth be told, I'd like a second opinion. What do you think of all this? I'm quite new to town, to be honest, and I'm not familiar with the climate.
Well, truth be told, this hasn't been going on super long either. I heard his Harold's words maybe a couple weeks ago. Anna was disbelieving at first, and shit like that come out the mouth of a kobold, but
No what?
as soon as he showed me his face,
You
then I
did.
fucking believed.
So you've seen the King of Scales?
Oh no. Somebody talks. Whoever the King of Scales is seems to talk through him one way or another. Something with his eye.
Talks through him? Interesting. I do respect subtlety like that.
Hmm.
But what are your personal opinions of it? You've been here a while. You've more experience in this. Just between you and me.
With the group?
Mm.
I think that they're. He's kind of like wraps his hands on the bar top as he thinks for a second, and says, "It ain't empty platitudes. Not grand promises of how everything's gonna be good if you just believe in him and give him your gold. The promises of magically fixing everything. It's if you come here, you're gonna actually do shit. You actually have to learn things and better yourself."
That is, well, why I was asking. That's, to be honest, what I was worried about. Too many soothsayers trying to convince me of their way that I've been... Learn to be wary and get second opinions.
You know, you'd be shocked because a lot of people, even among, the non-apes, there's a lot of people are just looking for comfort to be told that everything's gonna be okay. You still give a shit one way or the other. He's probably gonna be doing another talk tonight at 11. Come back here and they'll take you on your way. Wouldn't be shocked if some people just leave and don't care. They just want to be told, "Oh, Daddy's got you. Everything be okay."
Sometimes that's enough for people, but not for me.
Well, then you're in right company then. Don't see a lot of your folk down here.
You know who I am, what I am.
Aye.
Not many do.
The merchant
Most of
down in
the-
the old docks. See a lot of people come through. Trying to get used to it.
Would you believe I've never seen another of my life until very recently?
Doesn't shock me. That they burned a lot of the old, I don't know what you call them, where you come from.
From where I'm from, they're known as Kitsune.
Yeah. I guess most people just said, "Hey, look, it's one of them fox people."
Yeah. At this point, a lot of us just think of us as myths.
Yeah. think
I
saw
kind of
one else
like
in the
that.
city here. It's kind of odd.
Say again?
I think I saw another one here in the city. Kind of odd.
Well, I'd love to find them if I could,
Yeah, well,
but
that's a miss. Hey, most people go through their whole fucking life never see Rougarou.
I hadn't until a few days ago, actually. I'll just reach out a hand, shake the bartender's hand.
Mm.
You shake the whole bartender.
Yeah.
She shakes it, and her grip is pretty fucking strong. Like, she's built.
Not as strong as Gilgamesh is. I've learned.
And she just moves on and says, yeah, he just he, like kind of nods at her and says, yeah, there's a couple of me in the city. Don't fuck with them. Raised in warrior societies.
Oh, I won't. The last persons I want to piss off. Intimidating as all hell.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. You know, I once watched a human merchant try to pet one. She bit 3 of his fingers off. It's the greatest day of
Oh,
my
I
life.
would have paid to see that. You know, you'd be surprised how much that happens where I come from.
Yeah. Yeah. I've gotten used to a bunch of little human babies saying, hey, look, there's a dragon. Fucking exhausting.
Yeah. At least you don't have fur. The little kids like to rip and peel at that shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Little
God.
bastards.
Fucking hurts.
Oh, well. Well, you gotta wear pants and long sleeve shirts so they have nothing to grab.
Yeah, when you can afford it.
Yeah, well. I don't know. Things might change, things might not. All I know is that, it might get real bad real fucking fast. You didn't happen to catch the paper this morning, did you?
I did.
Yeah, a fella got
Yeah.
hanged over in the old docks this morning.
Fuck.
Aye. And Borfolk got cornered by a bunch of stevedores and they strung him up on a wash line.
Did you know them?
Personally, no. I think I've seen him around before. I think he works maybe over at the Red Hall. Kind of better dressed, might be a clerk or something.
I never caught your name.
It's Martin.
Man.
You?
Inara.
Alright. I was raised here, so I got me a human name.
Sorry, my brain already forgot it before I could write it down. You said it
Martin.
was M? Martin.
Martin.
My brain went to Michael for some reason. Well, Martin. As someone who respects the opinion of the common folk, from what you've seen so far, what do you think of their proposed methods? Do you think they work if they enact them?
Oh, you mean, as its people?
Yeah.
At this point, mostly self-defense. Trying to organize, seeing if there's something you can actually push back on. At this point, I don't know exactly what the long-term plans are. Like I said, this isn't a place where you come if you want promises and platitudes you have no idea about are actually ever going to be, fulfilled. All I know
Right,
is,
but-
if I ever get a chance to meet, the big boss, someone tells me he's a fucking monster. I mean, just big, strong.
Possibly.
Somebody like that. You didn't hear this from me, but I've heard rumors that ain't no Dragonborn, that he's a polymorph dragon. Maybe it's why the kobolds seem to love him so much.
Historically, they have bowed down to dragons. And I mean historically.
Yeah, and theoretically we were made by him to be their warriors. Who fucking knows if that was true?
Yeah, well, don't believe everything you read and hear. So you're not officially a part of them. Are you just one of the ones who goes to the meetings, gets your well wishes, and goes to bed at night with a happy smile? You don't seem like that type.
I've gone to some of the classes. Never really held a weapon in my life. Never needed to. Getting decent enough that I can actually thrust a spear and have it come in one side and out the other. Something at least.
That's the bare minimum you need.
I know they've been talking about actually setting up neighborhood watches, offering real protection. Maybe fighting the guards. Take our turf, force them back onto their own.
So,
Guys, is it crazy if this actually sounds like a good gig?
maybe a little bit.
Don't they all?
They always do at first. Until, you know, they need a blood sample. So they can scry on you.
But, I mean, I guess so. And he kind of, like, holds his hand over, and in his palm you can see, like, a very small tattoo. This one I actually had to draw because, yeah, and I am not ashamed at the fact that I had to draw this using basically MS Paint.
You
Where
work
is
with
it?
what you got.
Well, I could have drawn it for you. I'm a professional artist, don't you know?
Just configuring the ownership.
Oh, it's in Foundry.
Yep, it's in
Oh.
Foundry.
I was looking for it in Discord.
For those on the stream, it is a what appears to be a very reptilian or draconic eye with a slit. In the center is two triangles that meet at the center horizontally, blue on one side and gold on the other.
Oh,
Ah.
How do I see that? Is it under like the documents?
It's under player documents.
It's called King of Scales symbol. It's right under King of Scales handbill. A sideways hourglass, blue and yellow. Can I roll anything that would...
Yes, you can. Give me a knowledge religion.
Okay. Not something I'm great at. I wish... oh, that can maybe works.
Yeah. That is the symbol and colors of vase.
Oh my god, no shit.
mhm.
I just give a look to Fernix. I don't know if they can hear anything that's going on. Just a
I don't know what he's
glance.
doing.
Well, I said I was sitting down at the bar not too far away, but
Okay, then give me a perception check. Not a high check, but you know, you can always roll a 1.
because
Lancelot.
that was I was basically here just to observe if anyone was being like, I don't know, these guys are asking funny questions. Why don't you go introduce them to the still? Get have them take a bath, see?
Yeah, you're able to hear this. Like you're
Oh.
you're only sitting like a few stools down from the two of them.
Sorry,
Yeah.
this is a tattoo of the king's. Yeah, it's a symbol of the King of Scales. Okay.
Mhm.
So, interesting.
And we'll say it's not in the center of his palm. It's like here in the webbing between his forefinger and thumb.
I see. Is this recent ink?
It to you it definitely appears to be relatively fresh. As somebody who does not have and has no interest in getting tattoos, I know it does take a while for ink to start like fading. I have just no idea how quickly that starts to fade. Vince, who has tattoos up and down both of his arms, some of them are they're faded pretty bad, so, but I know he's had those for fucking years, maybe even up to a decade or more.
I know that like if it's like a few like a week or if it's like a week, because I actually had a roommate who got a tattoo like half a month ago, and they had like some like transparent like cloth over it. It was very tender, like
Oh.
hurt to touch.
Yeah,
Red.
no, this isn't that bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're official then.
I suppose so.
Good to have friends in high places.
Sometimes.
This has been a very good conversation. After the meeting, I'd like to talk more.
Well, you're in the right place.
Well, I have some time to kill until then, but this has been very insightful. Thank you.
Alright, just keep safe.
You as well. Oh, bartender. Another drink for my friend here, on me. I'll put down some coins.
Alright, yeah. She
How
wanders
much
down
would that
past
be?
you.
How much would that be? Like a silver or gold?
Like, I mean, for like whiskey, it's like a silver.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you're not
And
paying
then,
that much money.
Alright, I'll just, at that point, seeing that Sven is done, and I don't know if Frank's doing anything. Is Frank's doing anything?
No, I was mainly coming in to support y'all, and you got the questions we were coming in here to figure out asked. So
Yeah. Alright, I'll just walk
it was,
out.
you know, mainly if there was any other interesting chatter going on, but
Probably once that conversation started, that was the interesting chatter you wanted to listen to.
So yeah, I'll leave maybe like 5-10 minutes afterwards and just pay my tab for the ale or whatever.
Okay. Alright. And with that, I think we're gonna go on a break for just a little bit. Be back in maybe like 10-15-ish minutes.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Oh yeah.
Alright. Then I guess we will catch you guys afterwards. See you later.
See you in a bit.
Have a good one.
Bye.
right, and we're back from our unfortunately accidentally long break, but stuff needed to get done. So, you guys have finished up gathering what information you could at the Green Moss Ale House here in Walls End. I'm assuming like the three of you depart kind of in a staggered order so that you don't draw a lot of attention. Gurgamesh, do you
Right.
kind of like hover like outside, kind of waiting for them to return?
I'm just keeping my eye on the entrance. Yeah, I'll go ahead and say I put on the hat of disguise and turn into a kobold, just to kind of blend in the area.
All right. Well, I think they're only in there for maybe like 15 minutes before you see first Sven come out, and then Daxius after that, and then like 5 minutes after that, Phoenix.
I guess I just flag them down and wave them over to me as they come out. So,
Walk over.
yeah. What's it like inside?
Don't everyone talk at once.
How best to describe it?
Well, Sven, why don't you go first?
Why don't you go first?
Do you not remember?
I definitely.
It's
No.
it's kind of low key racist in there. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, like,
Yeah.
like against
Yeah.
other
Yeah.
beast folk?
No.
No,
No.
the opposite.
Oh,
Still racist, but
But the good kind.
like the punching up
Okay.
kind.
I don't think there's a good kind of racism.
Well, when you're a kobold, unfortunately, a lot of it's punching up.
I don't think there's a good kind of racism. Racist comment, laughs hysterically. Well, I guess someone's gonna go first. The person I talked to was, they'd been in with the group for about a week now. They seemed to be officially indoctrinated, but not really, It didn't seem like whatever plans they had are, enacted yet. More in the pre-production stage.
Did you find out what they're actually trying to accomplish here in Innsbruck, or are they just trying to rally a force behind whatever their TBD cause will be?
I think they're trying to make a gang.
I think they're trying to start the revolution.
Well, from what I was told, which you can probably with what you heard, Sven, but they want to, let's step into an alley, just make sure we're not being watched.
Right. Let's make some distance.
It might be a matter of perspective. I remember reading in the history books about a colony that rebelled against their tyrannical government, and they were revolutionaries and terrorists and a gang all at the same time. But when they won their freedom, they got to tell the story however they wanted.
Well, the side of truth usually favors the victor, whatever their truth may be. So yeah. Whether that truth is actually truthful or not.
Well, I would hate to have to put us in a position where we have to stop these revolutionaries. But I don't want to see any harm I don't want to see any harm to the people of Lunabrook. Except for maybe if they want to BOMB the Lunar Guard.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm still unsure about how I feel.
What? What? You what?
But,
You're spilling it out to get past the censors.
bring your own bomb. Now that we've, got some distance, they said they wanted to teach people to fight. Get some men in arms and fight back against the Lunar Guard and whoever else would contend them and map out some of their own territory in the city.
That's the thing about forming a gang here. I think the distinction between true revolutionaries and a gang would be as if they're trying to hold territory. Did it seem like they
Yeah.
were trying to hold territory in the city?
From what I heard, but
These all sounded more like a cult to me.
bit of both maybe.
I hear that they're gathering tonight, 11.
Mm-hmm. I plan on going back, seeing this
Same.
meeting.
Do we have to worry about you becoming indoctrinated?
I'll let you know if it comes to that.
Well, I mean, I may technically already be,
Oh.
depending on your definition of indoctrination.
I meant indoctrinated as a loyal follower of the King of Scales.
Yeah, before we go any
Well-
further, Gurgamesh, you have to promise that this does not leave the Gatecrashers.
It won't.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if you heard Phoenix or saw.
I did.
Please.
Pocket cat.
Please, Pocket Cat. Take it away.
Yes, the man you were talking to, Martin,
Yes.
had a tattoo on his hand that he said was the symbol of the King of Scales that incorporated vase as symbol. So,
Could that possibly be a way to add legitimacy to their cult? Say, if you're a member of this, you might also want to be a member of our group.
Like
Similar-
an Amazon recommendation.
I was thinking more along the. I don't know how to describe this end game. I was thinking more along the lines of how the Catholic Church incorporated pagan holidays.
mhm.
Hold
Co-op.
So-
on, don't say that too loudly. You'll upset some of them.
I'm not Catholic, but I was raised Catholic.
Basically
and that's not-
co-opting other religions' practices
Yeah.
and holidays.
Why do you think Easter is the mascot for Easter is a bunny? It's because it's a spring fertility holiday, and what do rabbits do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Oh,
fuck.
I know. I'm just saying a lot of Catholics don't like hearing that they have a
You
lot
know
of
what?
pagan traditions.
You know what? Facts don't care
Yeah.
about your feelings.
True. Preach it,
Just-
brother.
Just keep pointing back to more and more stuff like the Molochs and all that. They feed their babies to fire. It's not because we want to go and raid them for all of their nice gold and other stuff that we don't have here in Greece. And
I remember I read a book from an early Spanish explorer talking about the cannibalism practices of the Brazilian tribe, the Amazonian tribes or something. I don't remember what it was, but it was meant to represent how, because the way they described it, it was the ritualistic cannibalism was never a problem until later on in history, where they co-opted it so that way they could use it against this group of people and to place them.
Gurgamesh, your nose
That's
is
fucked
bleeding
up.
again.
Oh. I actually had to look in the camera. I thought I was.
but
No.
yes, I do feel like it's entirely possible.
Yeah, so maybe
Especially
you could
since-
investigate the legitimacy of their ties to the Temple of Vase.
Yes. One part of the doctrine is remaining open to new ideas, and that does unfortunately let in the bad ones as well.
Yeah,
Hmm.
gotta remain neutral somehow.
Well,
Do they?
I suppose.
Do Cervez and their followers, my mistake. Do they have any connection with dragons at all, or followers who might be pure dragons, not just dragonborn?
Well, do you remember that mural we saw in where it walked through about Vase and the magical dragon with all the rainbow scales?
I recall, yes.
Fernix, are you able to speak to the significance of that more?
that one I'm not entirely sure. It is old enough that you might say that the church has reformed significantly since then.
No, not even just a rainbow dragon, but any dragons, like they have in early or late history that might have followed Vase, or perhaps even one that might have even spurned Vase.
Was there anything like that? I ask my memory.
Sorry, say again? That there might have been a splinter group?
Well,
Or like any true dragons that that revered Vase or went against them.
It's a possibility. Generally speaking, dragons keep their own religion, and since, well, you killed the one, and kind of a downhill for them since, they keep primarily to themselves. So it's hard to say, at least in the last 2,000 years, whether or not any have gravitated that way. So your best idea is probably not.
I don't believe it's likely, since they have their own traditions and tend to want to distance themselves from most of us. Since we did kill the one.
Oh,
Admittedly, it was for good reason, but still.
to tell me about that later.
Right.
Interesting.
I think I heard at least snippets of the conversation that Sven was having with that individual. If this cult is being led by a polymorph dragon, it would certainly be one of the first times that we've heard of one doing such a thing.
I
And
just hope it's not true.
I do appreciate you bringing my mind to that, because then it calls into the context of why such an individual would care to do this in the first place.
Well, again, this was only a rumor. It might not be a dragon, but it could also be an entity in disguise. I actually didn't hear that. Sven did. Never mind. I was going to say something.
You better not say something. What was it that I said? Heard?
My brain already forgot. Jesus Christ.
The
It was,
the dragon being polymorphed, or
No, it
That
was,
was
the kobold. That was me. The kobold. The thing I was going to mention was the kobold, talks through, the kobold talks for the King of Scales. No one's, from what we've found so far, seen their face. Talk to them directly.
I, out of nowhere, bring that up. I say, well, the King of Scales apparently speaks through someone. So I've heard.
Did hear mention of an Azza.
right?
I still think that it's a kobold. That's
It's
just,
possible.
Perhaps crazy, but it could also be a dragon, I suppose. Though I'm not super sure. Dragons are so rare. It would be hard to believe that there was one here, especially doing this. Dragons tend to, have different modes of accomplishing their goals. Like, they're much more direct usually.
I don't know.
Come
Have you
to
met
us.
a dragon before and spoken with them and try and figured out their motives, wants, and needs?
No,
I sure
but
as shit haven't.
in the stories, they show up to a small village, they maybe kill a person or two, demand all the gold, and, if they don't get it, they kill everyone. It's
Pretty based.
pretty basic.
Based on
Well,
Martin actually reminded me of something I believe quite deeply that I actually shared with him, not to believe everything you see and hear. Nothing goes with stories, especially the ones and you and everyone else has heard. I what I'm trying to say is we don't know. This could be a dragon, but I'm gonna be honest. I kind of want to put that theory on the wayside now. That's a rumor. I don't think it's a dragon. I'm gonna be honest. I think you might be right, Sven. I
mean,
I can't see a
we
reason why
should-
they would be here.
We should consider the possibility, but I
I
don't
agree.
think it's terribly likely.
Yeah.
Dragons are able to polymorph, but also particularly powerful spellcasters and quite a number of other things.
Rumors have a hint of truth to them, though. A hint. Maybe whatever. I mean, I suspected this from the beginning, I won't lie. As someone who does this quite frequently, but. King of Scales probably isn't who they claim to be.
It's not likely.
Their pamphlet did seem a bit embellished. But that could be what they're aspiring to be. Doesn't
I mean,
mean
who
they
knows?
won't get there.
Perhaps the King of Scales is just a symbol more than anything.
Something to fight for.
And that's all these people really need.
The match on top of the proverbial powder house.
Yeah. Inches away from exploding. I'm going to save my final thoughts for the meeting tonight, but I think I'm satisfied for now.
Right.
All right. So, now you guys have recollected your thoughts. What are you doing now?
Is there anything else we need to do as a group? I have an errand or two to run. Nothing important.
I don't think so.
Not until the morning anyways, until we have to go down that shaft in the underground.
Yeah, probably just prep for that.
Okay.
Well,
Guru?
I don't know. I guess there's nothing else I can join in on. Probably go back and bank some crafting time.
Okay.
yeah, I'm gonna
Well-
head back to Bannerhome.
Kind of figured a lot of you would end up back there. Meanwhile, Vic is, off having his shopping montage to, Material Girl, and he looks miserable
Yeah.
the whole fucking time.
Well, it's like I'm walking through all of these various shops and carts, but Sasha is also there, just following me around. So it's Vic just like talking to a shopkeeper, and then just a cat, a giant Sasha walking around and disrupting shit in the background.
There's like the background. There's like a yarn seller and Sasha's just start fucking with it, ripping it all to shreds.
Just sees an immaculately balanced display and just takes one paw and just effortlessly pulls out the corner and it all just tumbles down and she watches it.
My cabbages!
Yeah, I'd like to imagine that there's one camera shot of the shopkeeper in front of Vic, and they start having a conversation. And when the camera flips to look at Vic, you see Sasha dragging in a cart full of hot dogs just across the background. Yeah,
Best
but
dynamic.
I purchased 5 antitoxins, and I think I'm going to get that. Shoot, what was it? The secure sheath. I think I sent it to you before.
Okay.
Like 500 gold, so I assume I'd be able to find it here.
Yeah. Most definitely.
But after that, I'm probably going to have to drop Sasha off at Bannerhome, but I do need to talk to Melia about Sven's thing as well at some point.
Alright. Well, it seems like basically everybody is going back to Bannerhome.
I did have something I wanted to do there.
Alright, since you are the only person that's not immediately going back to Bannerhome.
Oh
Make
no,
the lead.
at Bannerhome. I mean,
Okay.
What time is it?
Probably about now you're going into about 6 o'clock at night.
I'm not that late.
No, not at all.
Um. If no one else is gonna pipe up, then yeah, I'm gonna head back to Bannerhome. I'm gonna go to the Vardo actually, and I'm gonna pull out. What do we have? I'm gonna pull out a. Are these prices accurate? For the alcohol?
I haven't been maintaining it, so
Whiskey is apparently 20 gold pieces a bottle. Holy shit.
Well, for that
Nice
Good
whiskey.
shit.
bottle like that, but
Good shit. Alright, maybe I don't want to use good shit. I'll take a bottle of... You know what? I'll take a bottle of whiskey, sure, why not? 20 gold. What's 20 gold to an adventurer?
basically nothing.
Yeah. I'll take a bottle of whiskey, and I'll pick up some like nice like stop by a local merchant or something. Like there's the dock side. I'm sure someone's peddling something there. I'll get some like sheets, some like a nice blanket or something.
Okay.
And I'm gonna head back to Bannerhome, go back into where the dungeons are, how much there is.
There are
And
secure rooms, but they don't really have like a dungeon.
okay, sure. I'll get a secure room and I'll just like fluff it up a bit. Just put out some nicer sheets, put the alcohol on like a side stand or something. And I'll order I'll get the chef to order like some really nice food. I'll pay for it, like something above what's free. However much that would be, you can get that to me later. But
I mean, what is a good? I have it open, so.
I'll just throw him a gold and just say, make something top shelf.
Yeah, it is a gold. Yeah.
make it.
A good meal is technically a good meal is 5 silver, but if you want to go above that, yeah, it's like a gold.
I just throw him a gold. What's a gold to an adventurer?
Basically, literally nothing.
Yeah.
Literally fucking nothing.
I'm gonna, and then with that food getting ready, back into my Inara form, I'm gonna go visit the prisoner I picked up and put away in Bannerhome. He's in a separate room, I assume.
Yeah. Like I said, they're not holding them in like a jailhouse. Like there isn't a jailhouse inside of Bannerhome, not really. Basically the area that you guys are like kind of sticking him into is basically like an equipment lockup. Because, well, we're not a jail.
Right. Just knock on the door. And I'll open it after a second or two.
Sitting in the corner.
William, correct?
Yeah.
William Afton?
Shut the fuck up.
Five Nights at Freddy's reference. If nobody else got that.
No, yeah, I did.
I've never played a Five Nights at Freddy's game, but I saw the movie.
Oh, that's why that missed me then. 'Cause I'm like, I didn't see the movie.
Fair. I mean that was a name well known way before the movie, but that's besides the point. Childhood memories.
Well, there you go.
God,
I'm sorry.
right.
I was trying to get I'm trying to.
You're young enough for that to be a childhood memory.
Yes, I remember
That's
playing
right.
that in elementary school when it first came out. That's how young I am.
It'd be illegal to play with you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Scandalous.
I'm 21 for the record. I was trying to center myself for this moment, and then I just hear William Afton, and now
Yeah.
I'm so thrown off.
It's gone. Yeah, it's fucking gone. You see the moment? It's gone. It left.
I'll just I'll leave the door open, and it's like I won't enter the room, and I'll just gesture out. It's quite bland and stuffy in here, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's better than going to jail, I suppose.
Get you somewhere more comfortable. It's cruel to lock you up in here, or in jail.
He stands up and kind of wanders over. He's basically only wearing like kind of normal clothes. Not that the armor and weapon that he had was like nice in any way, but they obviously like took that from him, which left him with not really much of anything.
Right. I'll lead him to the room I prepared. The bottle is yours.
He kind of stands there looking in and says, "What's a fucking catch?"
Maybe you work with us, maybe you don't. At the very least, you answer some of our questions that an associate of mine will come by later. But truthfully, this is... for myself, really. Personal feelings.
All right then. Thanks.
Not required. Share a drink with me.
All right. He goes in, sits down, and you know you can spend a little time prying the bottle open. I'm assuming you at least either grabbed or have cups.
Yes. Yes. I'll pour myself and him a finger's
Shit.
worth.
Get the whole shit.
Yeah.
Austin, that shit.
Believe it or not, I've been in your shoes. In Bridgefront, having to deal with who you deal with. Done my own fair share of shitty deeds. When I heard about you, I was interested.
All right.
Do you have any family?
My folks are still alive.
Would you like us to send word that you are still alive?
That'd be nice. They don't really know, like, the work that I do, so I'd like to make sure that they don't. They just know that they get money, and we get to eat.
Noble of you. That's why you're here then. Imagine.
Basically.
You have all the people we have to take care of. I have mine and you have yours. And
Yeah.
I
Sorry, what was that?
I
Gurgling?
suppose
Sorry, I'm blowing my nose. I have a cold.
all is forgiven.
I should have muted myself, but I didn't think it'd be that loud.
No worries. Oh fuck, what was I saying? Shit.
Sorry, I keep distracting
No,
you.
it's okay. It's okay. I guess I'm tired of us having to pick a side, I guess. Us having to take the shitty way out or no way out at all.
Yeah, we'll do
You don't know. We can do what we can. The little bits, baby steps are still steps.
Suppose.
Do you have a mailing address? I can send it to them myself. Doesn't have to be official. No traces.
Well, and he gives you a description. This is a neighborhood where there really isn't like a mailing address. He would just have to tell you like it's on this street. You go this far. It's sort of on this building, and this is the door you go to.
Okay. I'll write it all down. Do you have any specific messages you want to give them?
I guess that everything will be, fine. Just taking a bit of a break, but the money should still come in.
All right. I guess. Tell me, do you have any dreams, aspirations, anything you'd do if you couldn't be here?
I don't know, I've heard there's stories about ships that are going westward across the Canyon Ocean. It'd be nice to see if there's something out there that isn't this place.
We can send you there then, when we're done with you here. It shouldn't be too much longer.
Alright
At
then.
least for a time, if you wish to come back, but...
Yeah, well,
That is if you want to leave.
still got my folks.
I just worry about the backlash of... Well, people in the city are not very, kind to those who help the other side.
And they have long memories.
Yeah. Yeah, they do. That's why I offer.
I guess if I can send my folks and maybe we can reset up on the new god as I feel or something like that.
I can arrange for that. Think about it and send me details later. I will
Alright.
return. That is all. And
Okay.
I'll stand up, go to leave, and I'll stop. Turn back. You can leave. But my colleague, do you remember what he said to you when he found you in the alley?
I don't know, there was a lot going on at that time. I think blood was running through my ears.
I get that. I believe it's something along the lines of, this isn't the world I wish to fight for. And it's not the one I wish to fight for either.
Yeah.
If you think you wish to help, perhaps maybe we could offer you more gold and perhaps exchange for helping us further. But we can discuss details about that after we question you further.
Yeah, sure.
But just think about what do you want to do? What do you want your legacy to be? That's all.
Okay, yeah, I think I can probably do that.
I'll leave you to your drink. No.
Thank you.
Right as I'm about to shut the door, it's open a crack. It's not needed. Shut it.
Alright.
I'm gonna go and find Cyrus now.
Alright. You go back through. I'm assuming most everyone else has also returned to Bannerhome and kind of scattered to do your own thing at about this time as well, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
Where is everybody at about this time?
I'd probably be down in the tavern. I think I've got enough stuff to start scribing a scroll, so I was gonna go for that.
Yeah, I think Sven really wants to drink today.
Valid.
Yeah. So two of you are in the common room. Grugamesh and Vic.
Can Gilgamesh be crafting in the common room?
Yeah, I mean it's loud, but there is space.
Okay. I'm gonna bank some hours until bedtime.
Okay.
And I think, let's see, if it's 6 o'clock now, if I go to bed at 12, I should have enough to craft something, but I don't know if I'll craft for that entire time just because if there's a party interaction that happens.
Yeah. And Vic?
He might be a little late because of the shopping stuff, and he probably stopped by to let Melia know that they might need her help with this fence situation. But
She agrees to it, says, you know, something more along the lines of, yeah, I gotta chase the devil out that boy.
well, sounds much easier when you put it that way.
Funner when you put it that way.
Certainly more fun than I think the actual act is going to be. But much appreciated, regardless.
And after you find her more or less at the temple, she's kind of half maintaining like the pond that's outside, half just sort of being there because it's cool.
He might actually stay and help her out with that for a while as well.
Yeah, it's
If,
not really like it's a lot of work to do, but like it's more like something to do.
Something that isn't fighting or threatening or yelling at people.
Yeah. Generally speaking, you can't threaten plants.
You can, but I don't think it's particularly effective.
Nope. Sort of like threatening your coffee table for having the audacity to be exactly where you're about to step and you bend half of your toe back.
You know,
Just right at shin height, though. They all have to be right there. Just
Uh-huh.
Yeah, how dare we put them specifically right there and build them to that exact fucking height? How fucking dare they?
Yep. That's how it goes. Alright. You actually will find Cyrus once again out in the quad, doing a bit of practice, but he is actually more or less practicing a pay with Oliver, who is upright, at least. Is not moving like the strongest, but seems to be able to handle his very obviously loaned epee pretty well. Epee here means fencing. I just assumed people knew what that was, but yeah.
yeah,
I
that's fair.
didn't.
It's a specific kind. I knew at least modern fencing that one's more focused on just trying to just touch the other person.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have a lot of the other rules for priority that are in regular fencing.
Mhm.
So if someone tries to poke you and they miss, and you just dodge and you poke them, epee that's valid. In regular fencing, you would not get a point because you need to address their blade.
Interesting.
So they're like going back and forth with, honestly, like it's mostly Cyrus moving with Oliver kind of remaining stationary because it seems like he can't really move. He can handle his arms, but like standing, you can definitely tell he's favoring one of his legs over the other.
I'm just gonna stand back and wait for them to finish.
This goes on for a bit. You do see that Eret is kind of sitting off to the side, watching them a bit, but has like a book in his lap that he's been reading and kind of like looking up and then looking back down to the book. So this goes on for like a couple extra minutes until finally it seems to reach either some sort of stale point, because it's very obvious that Cyrus isn't going to press every single advantage he has, and Oliver doesn't have the capacity to do anything, so... Before, you know, the clashing of rapiers dies down, panting of moving around, and then it's, you know, good job, what, all that kind of thing. Share a
I'll just
handshake,
start-
and then Oliver starts to, like, hobble back over to sit down again, whereas Cyrus puts his rapier back into his sheath and walks over and says, Well, has it been a productive day on your end, has it?
Yeah, you could say that. For a sick man, he moves quite well.
The wonders of magic, I suppose.
Indeed. May I speak with you?
Sure. I'm just finishing up for the day anyways. So.
I'm in no rush, please. Finish
Oh
up what
no,
you need to.
Oliver and Eric, I think they're going to be finishing up for the night. They'll be heading down to Port Azar in the morning through the Elf Gate.
I see.
Yep.
Pity. I'd hope to speak with them a bit, but not enough time for everything, I suppose.
Well, I don't exactly know how quickly things are going to be going. Mostly that the archive wishes to protect them more or less, not just his very big toy.
By protect them, do you mean lock them away forever?
The two of them, no, I do not think so. I think they're more or less fine to be left on their own, just under a bit of a watch.
Oh.
Make sure that what detect both you and him does not make another attempt.
It's not like they haven't locked creatures up before.
Sorry, can you say that last part again?
It's not like they haven't locked creatures up before.
No, not at all. I'm quite certain they've locked up a very good many creatures and people, and from what I heard, they treat everyone well, but that does not exactly mean that you are able to see freedom again. So, gilded cage and all that.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
Indeed, it is. But sometimes there are certain things and people that it is better having them inside the cage than outside of the cage.
Sometimes. Just not always.
Well, the alternative is blowing their brains out.
Let's try to avoid that.
Now that is philosophy. Let's go. Come on. And he starts walking back towards the building.
I follow him.
Alright, so what is on your mind?
We're in like a private room.
Yeah, he kind of leads inside and then banks off to the right to where there's like an archive library section that isn't heavily being used at the moment. Most likely because you think most people at this time of the night are probably going to eat dinner and, you know, do that instead of sitting in a room full of dusky books.
Victalion told me that you asked some questions.
So I did.
Just taking a moment to be silent. Just wordlessly. I'm actually going to... Someone's gonna take this in a funny way, but I get down on one knee. I'm gonna kneel down. In truth, I've been terrified to speak with you. I've never been able to speak with one of my own kind before. And suddenly, hearing you in my head and knowing exactly what I was hearing was... It terrified me, especially now.
There are not many of us left in the Bureau every year, it seems. Or so it seems.
Ever since I left, whatever the closest thing I can call. Do you know of a city named Elmhart?
Yes, I've been a few times.
So you're familiar with the climate?
Here, but better, how do they put it? They present it better. Hide it better.
Yeah, well... underneath that visage is terrifying. It's not a safe place for anyone. Human, elf, beast folk, dwarf, gnomish, what have you. Orcish, catfolk, kitsune.
Yeah, right.
It is where I spent most of my life, and it taught me a lot of wrong lessons I see now.
Hmm.
And when I finally got away from there, for the past couple years, I've been avoiding one simple fact from... It's been plain in sight of me for so long, from failed robbery at the Deep Gold Clan Bank. Yes, that was me. From my actions with the gate crashers, from my stumblings yesterday and today, I've been avoiding the one fact of my life, that is, I'm weak. In body, in mind, and in spirit. I am weak. I have been reminiscing on that the past few days, and now that I see you in front of me, I see strength, knowledge, wisdom, and I see that in many of the gate crashers in various forms, some more esoteric than others, most strongly in Vic.
Everyone here has their strengths. Some people are quite smart. Phoenix, for example. Some people are quite strong. Gurugamesh, for example. Some people have good
I'm not-
hearts. But everyone has their weaknesses one way or another.
I'm not done. If you will let me. I'm with the gate crashers because I want to get stronger, and because I believe I was brought to them for a reason. I believe I'm not with them by accident. I truly believe that. I believe that I've seen what we can do together, how strong we are together. And yes, we're a bunch of bumbling fucking idiots. And yes, we do have our strengths and weaknesses, but we're strong together. And I don't want to see that break. We fucked up. I fucked up, but I think now I can finally grow stronger, and I guess I'm asking for help.
Generally a good first step. Pocket cap from
Hey.
across the fucking building.
I have nothing more to say.
Well, you're the first person to speak to me, and if I put a bet, I would have lost it. So,
If he put a bet.
if I put a bet, yes. Truth be told, I don't exactly know how to, start training people, let alone someone else who came from, maybe not my clan, but another one like one. I've met a few other of my own along the way, but I did not meet another one of my own until I was about 26, which was 12 years ago, about. I didn't even really understand what I was until I was about 14. I was raised by my mother, a human, which is always fun. So, it took me a very long time to understand not exactly what I was, but what I was able to do. And it wasn't until I met another one of my own to realize there are things that we can do that many other people cannot. Eh, I don't know if the things I was taught were related to the people my father were related to, but my tricks are mostly in chaos. Each one of us has a bit of reserve of energy within us. Being able to access it allows you to do things that aren't quite magic, but aren't quite a physical skill.
Is I always felt my magic wasn't the same. Phoenix would talk about preparing spells and such, and many of the ways he talked about magic never really lined up with my personal experience.
Well, that's true. The older and the stronger that you are, the more things that you can do. Not so much in the amount of skills that you are able to learn, but in the amount of uses you have of them before you're depleted for a while. Tricks you can pick up with whatever kitsune are willing to teach you that, and the things with which you will find you are skilled or not. It will be difficult, to put it lightly, to find the that centered focus. And if you believe that you are lacking in many different spaces,
Cyrus, my life has been riddled with difficulty. I'm ready. Teach me, please.
alright. Oh, once some of this disaster calms itself down, you'll need to make trips into the wild to find a little peace and quiet. Perhaps around the time that we deal with your friends, what you call it.
Actually, we did visit the Luna Gazette earlier today, as I...
You didn't go
They're
try
making-
to burn it down, did you?
Not this time. It's, they're making a reparation, a follow-up to the article tomorrow morning. Hopefully it's not too late.
Best time was yesterday, the next best time is now. So, people are who people are. I know there are a lot of these folk who are very angry about how things go, and I understand it, and I also understand that it is fucking childish. And that is not how things actually improve. The more
So
you push, the more you pull, the tighter things become. It is like a Eastern finger trap. Pulling doesn't make things easier. You must push them together.
I think I understand.
Yes, well, get a lot of people to understand that and then apply it. I remember hearing a story, I want to say it was Catfolk, saying about that if one has enough dreams, and if enough people have the same dream, they can influence the world around them. And at one point, the Catfolk actually ran everything because they shared the same dream. Of course, that fell apart, and then, well, get 1,000 cats to dream the same dream, and I will call you a god. Because it just doesn't work.
I'm not sure what to say to that.
It's just the way of the world. The way that I have seen change actually be implemented, and this is one thing that I think a few of your friends do not understand. Going at something head on can only galvanize things in certain situations. there is a certain value to subtlety, to trickery, to backhandedness, to diplomacy. The trick is telling someone to go to hell and have them leave looking forward to the trip. Once again, pulling apart doesn't make it easier, doesn't actually accomplish what you want it to. You have to try something different. Pulling harder, that just makes it hurt worse.
Right. This is... I just wish this is something that... It's not that I don't think they... Well, some of them don't understand that. Some of them just... If it's alright, I'd like to give my case for the people I'm with. I
Sure.
don't think Gilgamesh is a bad person.
He's an idiot.
He is an idiot, but
He is a well-meaning idiot, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
that's the path I was on, and truth be told, I see myself a lot in Gilgamesh. I have and still do make a lot of those stupid mistakes. I haven't... I don't want him to repeat the same mistakes I have. He wants to be a leader. That's his goal. And I want to help him achieve that.
And that will be a long road. Being a leader isn't being the strongest. This isn't Orc society where you can just bump off the person who is in charge and suddenly you're the head honcho. This is a world where you have to lead by being the example that you wish to bring out in others. Strangely enough, I think that's one thing that I think Vic understands in his own way.
Vic's a great leader. Like any
Vic
of us
is a
will be here without him.
hard ass who needs to pull this stick out of his ass.
That we can agree on. He needs to chill the fuck out sometimes.
He's a strong moral code, but how do I put this? There is a certain flexibility that one needs in life. I was indeed a thief for quite a while in Santala, and after that a thief taker. And I was a very good one. Why? Because I didn't think like cops. Because I was able to think like the people I was hunting. Because I was able to handle problems in a way that required flexibility in both thought and practice.
Something I guess I need to work on still. I, to be honest, thought I had that down with my experience, but
But
guess not.
these are things that you can only really learn through experience. A lot of things cannot necessarily be taught to you, just shown and hope that you pick it up. And with a lot of these problems, these are problems that your friends must come to me in their own time. They're not things that I can force upon them. They
I
must
understand
acknowledge that they need to grow and seek help for it.
I
Which
get
is
that, and
growth in and of itself.
yes, I agree. Specifically for Gilgamesh, he's a little. He's an
Special.
idiot. He's stubborn, hot-headed, and it can be hard for him to. He's smart enough to recognize his mistakes, but I do genuinely hope he seeks you out. I think it'd be good for him.
We shall see.
But I wish I could tell these things to Gilgamesh himself, but I don't think he'd. I think he'd listen to me. I don't know if he'd hear me. That's what I'm
Probably
worried about.
not. Once again, it comes back to the thing of they must recognize it and seek help for it.
I-
Horse to water and all that.
He is capable of that, though. You didn't see him in the Library of Thought. He spilled his heart out. He's genuinely remorseful for what happened, and I think he will, and I hope he does seek you out, but that's not all who I want to discuss. Sven as well. Well, I've known him long enough to know that this, even before I found out this was a curse, this wasn't him. And to be honest, when it comes to Sven, it's more personal feelings. He reminds me of someone I used to know from my home city.
Hmm. Well, let them come of their own volition. Don't push them. I wouldn't even really bring it up.
I won't. I think they should come on their own volition as well. I just think that I just want you to know going in when he does come, he's not an evil man. And unless he has me fooled, I don't think he is.
Ben comes in. Would you like to buy crypto?
Oh no, I'm completely wrong.
Yeah, just come out to me and look at it in my Cybertruck.
Got some sick NFTs for sale. Just meet me outside in my white unmarked van.
Hey, does this cloth smell like chloroform?
I just think, if you were to ask me, he seems like someone who was misguided and drawn down the wrong path, and I think he can be brought back from that path.
Well, that will be up to him.
That's all. I just, those are the two troublemakers as of late, and I just think that they deserve a second chance.
Well, if I wasn't going to give it, I probably would have divested myself entirely by now. But
Fair enough. Perhaps I'm just speaking unnecessarily. I apologize. It's just been on my mind for a while.
even I remember who I was when I was a kid. We were all young once.
I don't feel young.
That is life.
I guess. For my final thoughts, I prostrate myself before you to not just ask for your help in my own weak points, but them as well. That's why I came. That's all. I have nothing more to say.
Sure.
If Look, this is awkward for me. If there's nothing more to say, I can just go.
At the moment, no.
All right.
There are
I
things that I
stand
think
up.
are still moving, and well, I think it will take a few days before things sort themselves out.
Yeah.
Until then, know that yes, your people are not dead. In fact, many of them have simply moved. You're still very good at hiding, sometimes in plain sight.
Okay. It moved. I heard there was a settlement in the mountains, northeast, if you want to say.
Possibly. I'm from the south, so I don't know the northern part super well. But I can tell you that there is a rather large enclave at Port Azar, hidden in the bricks,
Really?
in the center of the city. Yes.
In Port Azar?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, just typing. I'd also heard. I don't know if you heard of this as well, but in my travels, I heard. I thought it was a rumor. I thought it was baseless, to be honest. But I'd heard of people down in Old Devron in the mountains there. Devron, is that right? I have to look at the world map. It's been a while since I heard of it. This was a year and a half ago now. I want to say it was just a baseless rumor. I thought, but
It would not surprise me. I know there are certain groups that keep themselves near Regent's Fort in order to keep an eye on things.
right.
In times past, the people have tried to do their best to separate it from the whole war, and very quickly learned that that did not work. The humans were going to come, it wasn't a matter of if, only when. So it was easier to make them see what they wanted to see, and get them to go somewhere else. Sort of like throwing a rock into a river and watching the water part around it.
Huh. And me. Ever since meeting you, you've given me a lot to think about. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
One last thing. I have countless questions about my people, and I've been terrified to ask, but actually, just tell me anything. Just tell me even the smallest fact. I want to know something.
I don't know exactly where to start.
Whatever comes to mind, just the first thing.
A lot of music,
I don't know where to start.
a lot of food. At least
The
those
music,
days
what's
that-
the music like? I only have memories to go off of. It was. I need to.
Similar to a lot of human music, but more lively, larger bands. Usually a lot more movement. Sometimes the bands will move through the city, through the town, and play almost like a moving party.
Regularly?
Saturday nights sometimes. Or if there's a holiday, or if they got married, or a funeral, or people wanted to get drunk.
Okay. That is, that's all I need. Thank you. I'll leave you to your business then.
I'll always be around, usually. Take care of
I'll-
yourself.
Yeah. Turn around and hastily make my way out. Shut the door, and as I'm out of sight, let go of that tension and let the moonshine and whiskey that has been in me finally just kind of stop acting like I'm not halfway drunk already. I need to sleep. That's it for me.
Alright. So, the rest of you are kind of drinking, working. Vic, you and Fernix, what are you doing this evening?
Well, I was gonna wait for old Etor to get back and pump that dispel magic that I got once per day into a scroll.
Mhm.
Which I think I need to.
You should definitely
Make a roll
return
for that.
relatively soon.
Good. Yep. Probably having a burlap sack or something, a bunch of basically
Stars?
about. Yeah, they're like in wooden frames because they're 7-pointed obsidian stars, and as you can imagine, since they're just pointy, it'd be kind of hard to like put it in your pocket or in anything that you don't want to get stabbed through. So,
Yep.
But a bunch of those, they've got some cords that wrap around them. And and probably just look over at them and be like, nicely done.
And Vic?
Yep. Yeah, he's gonna probably spend a couple hours working with Melia, just hanging out, and honestly, mainly just trying to get away from anything to do with the adventure stuff for a little while.
Yeah, and she doesn't bring up any kind of topics beyond just gardening or random stuff that she came across that didn't really have to do with, like, work or shop. Sometimes it was, like, it would be food from places, or seeing a show in Oxnaburg, or people she met on the road going down to Hassia, something like that. It's always just some random, like, there's no rhyme or reason to a lot of the things she brings up. It's sort of just kind of springing from one thing that happened to the next, just because they're amusing rather than for having any purpose.
Yeah. So it's probably good for him to, go back to the good old days for a little while. I think Vic is very tired, though,
Yeah.
in a lot of ways at the moment. So
Alright. So you're able to stay there as long as you please.
yeah, he'll eventually roll back once, probably a little after the sun goes down.
Okay. Is there anything that happens between now and 11?
Not on my end.
Did you say 11?
Yeah.
I was planning to craft until 12, and then go to bed, but if something happens at 11, then that would change.
Well, it depends. Considering I think 3 of them were going to go catch the sermon from the Herald of the King of Scales.
Gurgamesh will probably hang back.
Yeah,
Yeah, unless they want us to go.
Yeah.
I would be more comfortable with you being there, but it's a good point about disguises being able to be seen through.
Yeah.
If we want,
Oh, you're
Vic can
Even
probably stand somewhere nearby,
Yeah,
keep an eye on things, but not actually go in.
yeah. I think that would be best. Just stay nearby, but not go in. Yeah.
Okay.
I will say, just until 11, I'll just not half. I said like a third of the way drunk. I'll just sit down beside Gurgamesh while he's crafting. He's like, mind if I watch?
Oh, yeah, sure. I think I'm gonna craft until it's time to go to the sermon, and then I'll hang out with Vic till it's over.
All right.
But right now, I don't know if you remember back in the gauntlet, we got some gems from the gargoyles.
Yes. I remember.
Finally getting around to working on one of those. So I've got about 7 hours put into it, and I need one more to finish it. And I hold over this emerald amulet that I'm working on, and pretty nice, right?
Yeah, it's coming along quite nicely.
So,
You're
have you
always
been
amazing with your
you
work.
been able to do any painting since you've gotten here?
Been a little busy with my work. Our
Yeah.
work. Haven't had much time for anything else.
We need to get a side score going. Little of that Grossman lumber action. Because that worked
Yeah.
out well for us.
Yeah, until it doesn't. I wouldn't mind a break, but there's no rest for the wicked, is there?
Then no, there is not. Especially when you're as wicked as us. Well, me.
Cheers to that. Well, us.
Us. Here. I pull up the bottle of bourbon I still had.
If I drink any more, I'm gonna be lost. but thank you.
Yeah. I guess we should get ready to go then.
Yeah.
Alright. So,
Yeah, we wait until 11 goes, and it comes to 11. Or just
6
about.
to 11, that's 5 hours.
mhm.
Okay.
I'll, in the hour, I'll read. I have a skill book, a book of puzzles.
Okay. I guess mark off the use of that.
Yep.
Mhm.
And I think as you guys gather yourself up to depart, going back towards the ale house, that this is where we're going to end for the night.
Right.
We're definitely opening up this coming Wednesday to something interesting. So we'll see how that goes.
I hope so.
I'm
excited.
fully expecting this to be a somewhat rally type event. But that'll be interesting.
I
mean,
mean, the
I-
tiki torches.
Yeah.
Not that kind of rally. I just meant, so the sermon is going to be a guy up on a podium pounding his fist, and the crowd's going to be like, "Run!"
Maybe. I mean, honestly, I was kind of expecting it. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be cool.
Does anybody remember the the Westboro Baptist Church scene from Kingsman?
Yeah.
Oh,
So great.
I haven't seen Kingsman in so long.
Yeah, that was actually really funny because I was in theaters watching that, and we live in Kentucky, so
Well,
they said it was like Gatlinburg, Kentucky. Everybody in the theater laughed immediately.
speaking of where we live, specifically in Kentucky, the guy who directed Birth of a Nation is buried in our hometown. Like, it's like 10 minutes from where we live.
Nice. Yeah, we'll make a day trip to visit.
Yeah.
The Christ, is that
Birth of a Nation, single-handedly like responsible for the second wave of the Ku Klux Klan.
Yep. First movie also projected in the White House.
Yep. Also, yeah.
D.W. Griffin.
Yeah, he's buried. I don't know. I've always thought about it'd be fun to go out and piss on his grave. I
gonna say,
still
like,
haven't done
hey,
that yet.
If you can't figure out where Henry Kissinger's buried,
Yeah. Well,
then again, his grave would probably already be too soaked from the piss to step on it without sinking down into your knees.
when I die, soak me in piss, please. All my friends and family gather around.
It's the way he wanted to go, dying, soaked in piss-stained
Okay.
earth.
It's the classic dwarven tradition.
It's like that scene from JoJo where like 2 or 3 of the characters are all pissing into the same tube. The
Yeah.
guy's buried underground.
Jesus Christ! Yeah. You
Oh my
just
God, yeah, he's-
reminded me of that.
I
Fucking-
that I actually rewatched that show. That was guy was snorkeling under the water. That wow.
No, he was buried in the ground.
Buried in the
Oh, was
sand.
he?
Yeah.
Oh no, you're right. He was. Yeah. There's going back and rewatching that show is an
Fucking
experience.
Weird shit.
Especially season 3, Stardust Crusaders. That they do so much weird shit in Stardust Crusaders.
Yeah, what about in season 5, the other piss drinking scene where the guy takes a full like teacup shot full of piss?
Okay, he doesn't
and
drink
uses-
it. To be
but
fair.
he technically somehow uses jellyfish to absorb the pee instead of swallowing it.
Yeah.
As
Turns
opposed
his
to-
teeth into a jellyfish, and then the
Yes.
jellyfish processed it. You see, so he's like, I didn't actually drink piss though, and it's like,
When you can tell what the author is into.
you,
Yeah.
I mean,
did.
did he at least cut it with orange
Did.
Fanta?
No, literally the guy extremely non-discreetly just like zoop pisses into the glass. Here, try this.
Mhm.
Right in front of him. Is
Is this the author's barely disguised fetish?
probably.
one of now hundreds.
Apparently.
God. That
JoJo's.
show is bizarre. There's literally no other word to explain it.
Yep. Thus
Yep.
the name.
Wow.
That's the name.
That's crazy. It came full circle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also will always remember the quote. It's like, stand users look just like you and me, and they're really hard to pick out in a crowd. And then every single shot in that show is like somebody's wearing the Fibonacci sequence as like represented by a fucking outfit in a crowd full of just like blue jeans and t-shirts.
Yeah.
It's like it's not even stuff that you would find on a model like runway show. Weird.
Like fucking anime in general, where it's like, oh yeah, I can tell you're the protagonist by your hair.
Yeah, and the fact that they're sitting at the back of the classroom by the window.
So I got this new anime plot.
Their hair is red and it's spiky, and they're wearing like some shit that would come out of a Michael Jackson music video from 1984.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Well, JoJo's got some good hairstyles as well.
Okay, but
Got the one where it's fused to the hat, the one where it's like donuts on your head.
Are we all there?
No.
No.
But I know you guys haven't played the Yakuza mission where you have to help Steven Spielberg film a Michael Jackson music video while
Yes,
people
I
are
have.
trying to attack.
I
Yes, I have.
Okay.
That was
Okay.
great.
Every time
So
I hear about
stupid.
Yakuza, I'm so mad I haven't played it.
It's so great and so stupid.
Absolutely.
Oh.
It's near the top of my list. I really want to play
Yep.
Yakuza.
For me, it's like I've tried to play Yakuza like several times. I get about 10 minutes in, and then I open up the menu and see the skill tree, and I'm like, all right, I'm done.
The skill
Yeah.
tree is so intimidating.
And then there's like, oh yeah, how many fight styles do you want to mix and match? Because there's like 12.
Yeah, it's
Did I tell you I 100% Yakuza 0? That fucking
Really?
sucked. It sucked.
Oh,
Why would
I
you
didn't-
do
I
that?
Well, because I was really into 100% in games, and after that, I'm not 100% in a game. Like, that was like years ago. That was like...
Fair. From how much content I hear is in like any Yakuza game, the mini games alone that I see.
Oh yeah.
I did start Persona 3 in February, and I still haven't finished it, but I am on track to get 100% and
No
one
shit.
run through. So,
No
Um,
shit.
I'm like in the last 2 weeks of the game, so...
I don't have a lot of
Godspeed.
100% of games.
I have a few.
got, like, 4.
How many?
It was mainly a thing I was
Yeah.
into when I played PlayStation games. So,
Yeah.
the platinum trophies.
yeah, the Platinum Trophies.
Which apparently they're bringing to PC finally.
oh
Hey.
boy.
I mean, some of the Sony games have like pseudo platinum trophies.
Eh,
They're just like regular achievements that you don't get until you get all the other achievements.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right. Well, I'm sure this was a riveting conversation for the people who are still watching. So we're gonna
Oh, yeah.
sign off. Hopefully, catch us in the coming Wednesday. Hopefully, by then everyone will be well, and I won't sound like Uncle Larry who just flew in from Atlantic City and has a great idea for a business that you're just gonna fucking love when you hear it.
Get this. All you got to do is design the app for me.
How many times have you heard that one,
So
Adam?
easy.
My dad has a lot of business ideas. Not gonna lie.
I mean, my friend Josh is like, oh, I could totally run my own security company. I can get like all the information from my own work, and I do it, and it's so easy. And I'm like, okay, great, come up with a business idea, and I'll fund it. Never hear from him again.
See, I have lots of business ideas. I just don't have any expertise.
Yeah.
Fair, same, honestly.
Like,
We should probably sign off before we forget to do that.
hold on, that. Speaking of, if anyone's an electrical engineer, please reach out to me.
Or if anybody has questions about Chris Chan, reach out to me.
We'll put our contact information
for
in the
questions-
comments below.
About Chris Chan, reach out to Lan.
If anyone's single and looking,
We're not gonna tell you where
Not
to
here,
reach
go
out
away.
to him from.
You can just comment,
You'll-
and I'm sure he'll comment back to you in the chat.
Yeah,
If
just
you
go to
want
the
to hear
channel.
about Chris Chan.
If
Yeah,
anyone
I'm
needs
trying to
custom-
drive engagement for our channel. I'm helping.
Sorry, if anyone needs custom-sized toe rings, please contact Barry.
ooh, actually,
That's
Barry,
true.
I might hit
That's
you up
true.
on that.
Anyway,
do non-custom.
see you guys this coming Wednesday. Bye bye. Or we dig
Bye.
our grave deeper. Bye.
Like, comment, subscribe.